So good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the meeting. We had some excellent discussions yesterday on climate-related disclosures, and I think that really will, shape the future ED to a very considerable extent. So thank you very much, everyone, for a very good day yesterday. Our main topic today is presentation of financial statements, which is another important project where we're now in this is our first substantive discussion, having approved the project brief and therefore the scope of the project and approach back in September. Just before I hand over to Anthony, Ross, you just want to give an indication of the running order today?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And as a reminder, yesterday we didn't get to agenda item 7. So we will be picking that up once we finish agenda item 9 today. And then we'll continue in the regular agenda, moving to item 10 on the IFRIC alignment, narrow scope amendments. So just want to let everyone know that. And once we complete 9, we'll go back to item 7. So just in terms of your papers and thinking through your day, be ready for that.
Okay, so without further ado, hand over to Anthony, who's going to be leading on this project. So Anthony, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the welcome. And very good morning to everyone, IPSASB members and observers and those online. We had a very fruitful and constructive discussion on this topic on Monday with the CAG. So I'm looking forward to an equally constructive discussion this morning on this important topic. I'll provide some brief opening comments and then introduce us into the first agenda item, and looking forward to your feedback. As a reminder to the board of opening comments, the focus of this project is exploring opportunities to improve the communication effectiveness of information as reported in general purpose financial statements by developing a new standard to replace IPSAS 1. That's quite a key line, to replace IPSAS 1, and our scope is very centred around that statement. The outcomes of the project will include we're looking to improve, so enhanced principles, requirements and guidance on how an entity, and again you underline the word how an entity presents the information required by IPSAS in general purpose financial statements. There's no doubt that this is a topic that will be of high interest to our stakeholders, and I'm sure of strong interest to this board. When we've been working through it and I've been thinking about it over the last quarter, this project goes to the heart of everything we do. It's going to challenge us to reconfirm our understanding of the purpose of financial statements. Why do we go about all this effort and cost of preparing financial statements? And how do we go about increasing the use of information in financial statements for different forms of decision-making and accountability? So that's our challenge in this project. Cool. Just the running order of today, you've done my introduction, and then we're going to move into the first agenda item, which is talking about a new concept around permitting or providing for in standard IPSAS 1 replacement, different presentation options. Then once we've received feedback on that, we'll then open up for board feedback on draft chapters 1 and 2 of substantive comments on that and any areas of significant concern. And then we can look forward to the breakout session, and really looking forward to that and allowing for some open discussion on some really broad issues that are going to challenge staff and the board over the course of 2024. Looking at the project timeline, really my main key messages are we're at the early stages. We have got time, but there is a lot to work through. So we've got 2024 calendar year, in my mind, to work through all the issues and to nail them. We will be working with a task force over that period. And then we've got a bit more time leading into June 2025 to finalise the drafting of a consultation paper together with an illustrative exposure draft. And of course, we want to allow time to get that in the best place possible. So in one respect, it looks like quite a bit of time. Another respect, I know it's going to go very quickly, and we've got lots to work through. So we will be working through a bit more of a detailed plan of exactly the topics we're going to work through over the course of the next couple of weeks while I'm still in Toronto with the team. And we've already got quite strong preliminary ideas of how we're going to map this out, but we'll work on that over the next after this meeting. The project timeline is consistent with the project brief, so no change to that, which has been previously agreed. Cool. So moving quickly into the first agenda item for today and seeking board feedback. And this is considering the concept of introducing into IPSAS what I describe as distinctly different approaches or formats for presenting information required by IPSAS in financial statements. As standard setters, we're quite used to and maybe comfortable with standardization and, where possible, having one approach. But we also recognise where flexibility is needed based on entities operating in different environments and the different PFM frameworks in different jurisdictions and their different user needs. So allowing some flexibility. The concept would allow for a new standard, and the new standard to provide different presentation approaches which an entity choose from, so allowing for choices. The decision on which approach would be primarily based on jurisdictional considerations, what's important at a national level, rather than IPSAS providing one standardised presentation approach. So as I said, it's a little bit different for us, and I'll hear your views on that shortly. This approach is somewhat, and I do use the word somewhat, similar to what the ISB is doing, the International Accounting Standards Board, and they do not permit, but require, I'll use the word require, different presentation approaches for different sectors. They've got different presentation approaches for if you're an insurance entity or a finance company, or if you're mainly involved in managing property. And they require you to think differently if you're operating in different sectors. But what we're saying under this approach is thinking about what preferences do you have around presenting information at a national level rather than the sector approach that makes sense in a for-profit sector. Importantly, looking at the recommendations, what we're asking for today and what we're asking for feedback is whether the board supports staff taking this concept forward and exploring it further in the consultation paper. Of course, there's more work to do. We've put some ideas in the paper to give you an idea of what this could look like, but they are no close to finalisation, and we need to do much deeper analysis in taking this forward. But we're asking, does board support this concept? Because it wasn't outlined in the project brief in this way. With that in mind, there's two key points that I want to highlight based on our preliminary views that may help you. And that is that under any of these possible options, that the recognition, measurement, and minimum disclosure requirements as required throughout IPSAS will not change. All those requirements will be exactly the same under all those different presentation approaches. But where you present your information and how you structure your financial statements and where you display that information required by IPSAS and how you describe things under the different approaches could be different. But the recognition, measurement, and those minimum disclosure requirements will be the same. And we can get feedback on that, but that's our preliminary view. We also envisage preliminary views and how this approach could work is that decisions would be made at a national level, possibly by a Ministry of Finance or another equivalent department. And the choice of an approach would be applied equally at a jurisdictional level. Possibly you could apply different approaches at different levels of government. We haven't done the deep thinking on that, but we do envisage decisions being made at a jurisdictional level. So I'm going to stop soon, just for more slides. This diagram was very useful for us in thinking about these possible approaches and what they could look like, and really recognising the significant overlap and linkages between accounting, financial reporting, budget and policy formation, and GFS reporting. these different types of reporting and information that is provided in the public sector to support strong PFM. So what can we do as standard setters and through financial statements and accounting to promote stronger integration between these different forms of information that is provided, and they're all equally important information that's provided in the public sector? And how can we encourage greater use of accrual information to be used as an input for budget and to be used as an input for GFS? We see presentation as one way of achieving those objectives, which is consistent with the IPSASB strategy. So I've already talked about this briefly, but I think it's really important to keep in mind as we have these discussions, what do we mean by presentation? And this is something I've considered more than a few times over the last few months and being very clear. So these are the areas where we've got potential for different options in how you present information. The structure, when I look at central government financial statements around the world, there are lots of different structures used, even those that are applying IPSAS or something very close. A lot structure them so you can have a separate statement focused on just your expenses, and then maybe another statement for your revenue. There's all sorts of different ways you can do it. Use it and other ways to isolate certain transactions. It's also where information is located, categorization. We're going to talk a lot about that in the breakout sessions. Subtotals and extent of aggregation to segregation. We're in that point, but still highlighting there's going to be consistent principles across the three. And terminology is a big one when thinking about different approaches, and having terminology that people are used to and politicians are used to. When they see the budget, it's called this, and then they see the financial statements and it's called something else, to try and get terminology where appropriate and you're talking about the same things. I recognize that sometimes you're talking about different things. Cool. So you talked about, won't need to cover this. We've got three approaches as a starting point to get the discussion going. We'll need to think more carefully around what we're going to call them. I've already heard some concerns from the CAG around the word aligned, so we'll think carefully about that. Again, I'm not going to talk about the benefits and the downside. They're covered by the paper, but I am keen to hear board feedback on whether you agree those benefits are complete. If there's anything else you've thought of and any other downsides which you feel should be explored in a consultation paper. The consultation paper is the opportunity. We'll consider both sides of the argument. Cool. So I wanted to get to the question, then open up for the board. So the question, does the IPSASB agree to include in the consultation paper a discussion on presenting different presentation options? And back to Ian.
Thanks for the introduction, Anthony. I think given that the CAG had a discussion on this, I think if we go to Fabienne to report back on that and then open up for discussion around the board.
Thank you, Ian. A few overall comments from the CAG on Monday, as they were asked about how they would feel about introducing flexibility in the presentation of financial statements in order to reflect influence from other reports in the PFM area. So they generally supported exploring the concept through the consultation paper phase of the project. They advised that options to present financial statements would be chosen primarily based on local jurisdictional considerations. And some were hopeful that this new concept of flexibility in the presentation of financial statements could help widening the actual use of financial statements for decision-making purposes. However, members also advised the IPSASB to consider the need to maintain an appropriate level of comparability, and minimum reporting requirements between the different approaches. So comparability is a certain level of comparability is key, and they were also concerned about, and that may echo the align terminology concern. They were concerned about the sources. For instance, the budget can be accrual or cash, and that may be an issue. And lastly, members also highlighted related projects that have sought to encourage greater integration of public financial management reporting systems and processes. And they cited the example of the HM Treasury alignment project, which is named the Clear Line of Sight project. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Fabienne. And just to comment on that, HM Treasury project, what happened was that the UK introduced accrual accounting first, then moved into accrual budgeting. But because of sort of inconsistencies, at one stage we had 4 different frameworks: the parliamentary approval process, the budget framework, the accounting, and the national accounts, all of which were inconsistent. So this was a sort of follow-up process that aimed to actually reduce the differences between those so that you could actually use the same information for as many different purposes as possible. And it didn't entirely achieve alignment because of some conceptual differences that we know between accounting and GFS, for example, over treatment of leases and absence of provisions and things like that. But the idea was to minimize the differences and therefore to maximize data quality and also the understanding of really what was actually being measured and for which departments are accountable for. So that was a process that we went through. Anyway, so I think following Fabienne's very helpful summary of a good discussion and Anthony's introduction, open up for board comments. Andrew, start us off, and then Scott.
Thanks. Agree with the proposal to explore different presentation approaches. I think that it is useful to go and see, what's out there and is it helpful from a public sector perspective. I think just a few words of caution as we go down this. I think one is, I think the first one is it's a more process sort of a thing. It was a really challenging paper to read, and I constantly had to remind myself to be more open. And I think it's, I'm used to what an income statement looks like and a balance sheet looks like, and I think we all are. And it's quite a potentially a radical change. And I think we need to take people along that journey and our stakeholders along that journey as we move through this as well. Not just, bam, he has a CP and an ED for the first time. I think the comments we would get back would be slightly different if we had to take people along the journey as we develop this. The words of caution is just on terminology. I think there could be phrases or terms that are used from an accrual accounting perspective versus these other perspectives. And if it's got the same name but a different measurement basis or recognition basis, that could create a lot of confusion. So I think we need to be really careful with those sort of items. I think we shouldn't lose sight of the similarity or comparability with the private sector as well, particularly if we keep quoting we're 40% of the bond market, for example. So there should be options at least that does maintain or allow some of that comparability as well. For me, I think key is consistency with our framework and the aim of general purpose financial statements, right? It's not a budget, it's not GFS. These are general purpose financial statements. And I think we need to be clear on our mind, what is the objective of these primary statements of ours, and to be true to the objective of those statements and not steer off of that. Linked to that, I think it's just be careful, user focus. I think sometimes reading through this, it seemed like we were almost trying to make life easier for preparers. And I think that would be sort of a wrong focus. This is about the users and what would be decision useful for them as well. Looking through some of the potential presentation options, what also just struck me is we've got elements, in our conceptual framework to decide this is an asset, this is an expense, for example, this is potentially what performance means. And if we start bringing in these other things like CapEx expenditure, for example, does that now start to conflict with, again, the objective of these statements and what's defined in our conceptual framework? We focused a lot on the income statement. I wondered if there was any consideration to the balance sheet and the other statements, and maybe Anthony, that's coming. Thank you. The other one was just bear in mind the auditability of whatever we propose needs to be able to be audited in terms of this. And I think this was a comment that the CAG actually raised as well, that we don't necessarily control what the budget looks like. We don't control necessarily what GFS statements say. And so if there's changes there and we've designed in a way that links with that to a large extent, what does that mean from our perspective and the auditability of these, given you've now got different frameworks potentially feeding into this one statement, that could create a bit of issues. And then there's been a lot of discussion around comparability, but I've heard very little or discussion around understandability. I think people are used to, this is generally what an income statement and a balance sheet looks like. We understand what those are. And so as we start changing these, yes, it impacts comparability, but to me, understandability is more important in this. And will people, if they're looking through this, actually understand what we're trying to present in these? So just some things to think about, I think, as we go through and explore. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Really useful set of comments to open up with. Just before I take other comments, just to, if you like, inject one question, which I think is important, is because there is this point about comparability, and particularly when you look at information that could be used in the bond markets. And I do wonder, and this is where I'd be interested in members' comments, about whether you see a differentiation between whole of government information, which might well be used for that purposes, and individual entity statements, where you might be looking at accountability for the budget as a key driver. And so just, if to lob that one into the conversation. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Andrew, and then I'll go to Scott and then Adrian.
Yeah, so I'm not averse to us developing different presentation options. I like it that it would be up to each jurisdiction to decide what they would want to apply. And Ian, I think if we've got these different options, one of them, I would be hard pressed we don't have a presentation option that's largely aligned with IFRS. I think we would have that. It's whether we add on top of that, right? And if you've got that, a jurisdiction can then elect and, which level of government or which different entities should apply these different presentation options. So I think that flexibility would be useful. I think my question then would be the understandability of it. So if I pick up an IFRS set or an IFRS aligned set within the public sector versus, a completely different set, and I'm wanting to read these two, would I be able to do that? Or is it now starting to place quite an onerous requirement on somebody operating within the public sector to now understand even more sets of presentation?
Okay, thanks. Scott and then Adrian. Oh, sorry, it's Claudia, actually. Sorry.
It's confusing on that side of the table. Okay, it's good.
That's where the flag's sitting.
Yeah. Thanks, Ian. I'd like to speak in favor of support of this proposal to explore. I can tell you we're not the only standard setter that sits around the table and talks about the relevancy of what we do. You mentioned IFRS. I know the FASB has gone down this route. I know the FASAB has gone down this route, guys, and everybody goes down this route. And you have a lot of time and effort is spent by preparers to present information that often doesn't get used. And so this is really a question about how to present information in a way that people want to obtain it and absorb it. So I think it's very much worth the time and effort to be able to do this. And I hate to bring back a term we talked about yesterday. This will get back to sustainability. I think we need to focus on the primary user. I think part of the problem in this conversation is we talk about the stakeholders being so broad. Or what happens with the stakeholders being so broad, we can always think about why do we need to make this more generic as opposed to specific. So I think the key, particularly with the jurisdiction, is this allows us the opportunity to be focused on the primary user. And it gets a little to your point, Ian, about government as a whole agency. Again, you may want to look at FASAB. FASAB does have a different way to look at agency statements versus government as a whole. So they actually already do differentiate that. So that is already on the table. You may want to look at that. But I think this is a way. I think we overemphasize comparability. I personally don't think governments are all that comparable because they do different things. Okay, so I think we overemphasize the comparability. I think comparability within the jurisdiction is key, and again, I think that's where this is focused on. But compare one national government to another doesn't make a lot of sense based on what they do. Even comparing different sized cities don't make a lot of sense based on what they really do. So I think I wouldn't overemphasize the comparability here as focusing on user needs and what they really got. Getting back to Andrew's. The other point, just to set it, I know it's in the paper and it'll come up later, is we all think about financial statements as things on paper that we read. And I think we need to get at least in the 20th century on technology and think about, particularly as we get to the second question, which is really about other ratios or things to think about it. That's the way people want to consume the information. And we got to think about going along with the way they want to consume it. So anyway, that's my input.
Thanks, Scott. I think it's and I think that understanding of where it is that national standard setters have already sort of gone down this route, and what's eventuated from that and why and all those kinds of things. I think that's very helpful in terms of research. So thanks. And I think that question of comparability within a jurisdiction as opposed to comparability between jurisdictions is certainly would be interesting to explore. So Claudia and then Lynn.
Thank you. More or less, I'm on the same what Scott had said, so I wouldn't try only to add a few things, maybe on the first point. So I'm the second, I have a different view on it about the measures. But we have really keep in mind that the financial statements are used. We want to strengthen public financial management. That means we could deliver a product what is usable and readable and understandable. So from our actual IPSAS 1 allows the flexibility to present headings and subtitles. So we have already different presentation options allowed. What comes with the project, I think, and that's why we should discuss it in a CP, is we reduce the variety and give a default. And then we have 3 options which could be differently look like. And there's a reason why we have the 3 options. And that, I think, it's finally allows, we still have the flexibility, but we reduce that everything gets possible. And at least if we allow now to present also in the GFS way, a few entities might quite be helpful if to have more a GFS focus to present it in this way. And that's, I think, quite useful because often we are oriented on IFRS. They have a different focus, primary users, than probably in the public sector. Even in the parliament, the understanding is different of what it's presenting, sometimes with the different budget versions, actual or cash budget, and to bring it in line with the financial statements. So that's why I support the proposal.
Thanks, Claudia. And I think that does point us at something that is going to need some exploration, and it probably goes to some of the comments that were made in the CAG discussion, which is we probably need to be clearer somehow, somewhere, about what the options are that you can select within the IPSAS that would allow you also to be GFS compliant, but also be clear on what you can't do and where the differences are at the moment. So I think that's something that we do need to just explore a bit more, the options for how we do that and how we communicate that. I know that sort of GFS aligned term was creating concern. So there's probably a term, this is one of the terminology things that we probably need to just have a think about. Lynn, then Mary.
So thanks for the papers, Anthony. And, in terms of the question, I think it's right to include a discussion on permitting different presentation approaches. But I guess a couple of is it words of caution or things to think about within that? There's a lot of focus on decision usefulness, and what I keep coming back to is you don't know what you don't know. So some users might think, actually, I make my decisions based on cash. So should I see a cash presented type of financial statement? We shouldn't sort of lose sight of celebrating the IPSAS reported result, and we don't want to end up in some way reducing that sort of importance in order to champion decision usefulness of somebody who's perhaps not, or jurisdictions that would make different decisions if they understood better the pure accruals-based IPSAS reported result. So that sort of got me thinking about, is there a sort of preferred default for jurisdictions who might not know what is the best option, and how would we guide them to that consideration? And why would one option be better than another in presenting a sort of better, truer and fairer view? And how do we guide that? So, is there a hierarchy or not? I hesitate to use the word hierarchy in it, but how, I guess it's sort of making sure that as a jurisdiction is choosing, what are the considerations, and there just feels just that slight risk that if we absolutely go decision usefulness, I know some of our experience in the UK with our local authorities right now is accounts are too long, they're too complex, we don't understand that. But that's because people want to open a set of accounts and understand the funding position, not the reported performance position. And actually, we want to educate people to use the reported performance position and not always default to the funding position. So we shouldn't lose sight of what our preference is a bit in this as well.
Thanks, then. Anthony, you want to come back on that?
Just briefly, very useful comments that are preliminary views is that we would still have we'll think about what we call it, but a default presentation approach. And then also preliminary reviews. If you choose another option, you would have to explain why you've chosen that other option.
I mean, I think that's probably consistent with sort of encouragement that Claudia is maybe making, that you have you do have that sort of, if you like, maybe it's sort of rebuttable presumption type of thing, that you have a kind of core presentation based, as Lynn says, on accrual basis IPSAS, which I think is consistent with what you were saying. But the reasons why you might then decide that it's more appropriate, say, between government departments, is because you want something that's closer to the budget framework, and therefore for accountability purposes. But it probably having a default option, shall we say, actually would encourage people to think carefully about, well, why would I choose a different option? And if in framing the CP, we do go back to our strategic objective, that's probably helpful, that it, if you like, it articulates our thinking as a board, and helps them to think it through, and the reasons why they would adopt something more jurisdiction specific. Okay, so I've got Mary and then Todd.
Thank you. I am so welcome to allow the different presentation approaches. And so from my point of view, public sector specific characteristics is in the necessity to integrate management accounting and financial accounting. And as to the financial accounting, it is so important to remain the consistency, and there is terminology issues, and so the comparability issues, and so from the management accounting point of view, it is so it is so necessary for the public sector to have the goal congruent systems. And so the budget, there is so many points to discuss about. For example, the budget is prepared on the accrual basis or the cash basis, and so many difference between the jurisdictions. And so however, the one point is the big issue is to minimize the inconsistency among them. And so however, and one more point of the importance is in the relationship between the financial general purpose financial statements and general purpose financial reporting. And the reporting is it's needed to be so the characteristics of the understandability, and so it is so great advance for me to discuss about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. And I think perhaps going back to Lynn's point as well, I mean, I think that's where, we will need to pick up that point about where if you're not doing accrual budgeting, actually, then that's the role of IPSAS 24 in terms of the reconciliation there, rather than, this is about presentation based on accrual IPSAS. So that will be one of the things, and entirely agree with you, Mary, in terms of, but then that's just me coming from a jurisdiction which does accrual budgeting. But less of my prejudices. Todd, then Renee.
Thanks, Ian. In terms of the question for the board, I definitely agree. Consultation paper is our opportunity to explore and get views from constituents. So let's make sure that we do that by putting out various things that we're thinking of in terms of presentation options. I agree with a lot of the things that have been said in terms of, we have to be focused on users and what's going to work for them and what they're going to understand. I think this CP is a chance to seek views from our constituents about the extent that comparability is important to them, because I probably at this point have a view that comparability is not particularly important to me. I don't want to be looking at a set of New Zealand public sector financial statements and comparing it with other jurisdictions, because you probably don't know whether they're really comparable anyway in terms of what the entities might be doing, et cetera, So but let's explore that with our constituents, because if comparability comes through as something that's really important internationally, then I think that will help us to think, well, we actually need to narrow things down and have a presentation framework that would roll out. So, so the flip side to that, I'm probably more in the flexibility camp. So, when you look at our current IPSAS and you look at what is done under our current IPSAS, there's a lot of flexibility there. I think there was a table in the papers that showed that there are a whole lot of different ways that you can actually present the information. If that goes to users and what they need and what they understand, why would we want to get in the way of that, I suppose, is some of the things that are going through my mind as I've sort of read and considered this paper. Probably one thing that I just want to raise at this point is, if we're going to go down this track of exploring a whole lot of these things with our constituents, it could be quite difficult for us to also have an illustrative ED in the consultation paper, because it might show that we've predetermined the answers to all of this stuff that we want to explore with them. So there's something there that I think we just need to reflect on as we get in and explore all of these things. Are we wanting to really engage with our constituents and understand where they're at before we form our views, or are we going to do all of this exploration, through different presentation approaches, etc., and form some views? So be clear that we've done all of this work, but we do have some views. So I think there will be something that we're going to have to come back and think about down the track in terms of, have we got enough to form views at this stage? Because I don't know whether right now I would have enough information, particularly going to things like, we have to do this for users ultimately, and do we know enough about internationally what users actually want? So a few thoughts that this paper prompted, and yeah, I think goes to the question that's been asked of us.
Thanks, Todd. I mean, I think one of the things that prompts is, I was certainly thinking about this, is actually this is a good opportunity for us to engage more with the sort of capital markets community, which I think we haven't engaged with before. And probably that's one of the things that we should think about once we've actually begun to explore this a bit more, particularly bearing in mind the work that will eventuate in IFRS 18 next year. And I know, it was interesting. I went to World Standard Setters, and there was a very good discussion between two of the IASB board members, one of whom had a very strongly investor focus, and one who had a very strong preparer focus. And I think that was they've clearly been a very good debate. So actually, I think we should think about how we do that. Certainly, we can take advantage of, for example, the engagement that the IPSASB have done in terms of their recent project. And then there probably is a process point of view. But I think experience has shown us that actually we are better off having a debate as a board and coming to a preliminary view. And you need to be careful on the use of the term preliminary views, but a board preliminary view, because our constituents can always tell us, no, we disagree with that for the following reasons. But we in order to be able to have the evidence base to move into a formal exposure draft, I think in the past, we're always better to express a view, and if people disagree with that, they'll tell us. Whereas if you leave it completely open, then actually you haven't really moved the process on. So I think in thinking about how we move through the next 18 months, actually we should make sure that maybe we actually do some focus groups. Certainly, I think with the capital markets, there might be one or two other groups, like, we might want to engage with some of the regional development banks, or possibly IMF or World Bank, just in terms of to get more comparative experience, so that we can actually say, right, okay, we've listened across a range of, and here's our preliminary review. Now tell us what you think of that. Ross, you want to come in?
Yeah, not to say much other than it's very much the purpose of the CP is have different options, but also for the board to articulate where it's going, where it's thinking. So it would be quite odd if we just had a bunch of options without some preliminary views. We can ask questions, but I would say if you go and look at the last 10 CPs we've done, they're predominantly full of preliminary views with maybe one or two open questions. So it is a fine balance, but the purpose of a CP is to explore the options, but usually the board will take a view on, the way forward.
Yeah, I mean, process-wise, probably where we've left it open is where there are actually balance of views within the board, and therefore there isn't a majority for a preliminary review, and therefore we have actually said, look, we're finding this but even in that case, what we've done is we've set out very clearly the arguments that we see and why it's a balanced decision. But I think that process-wise, you need to put a view out there, and then people can react to that. Whereas if you leave it open, I mean, it's the same as our board papers, frankly. We've done the analysis, we've thought about it. We should actually express a view.
Can I just come back?
Yeah.
I think having focus groups or actually engaging before we land our CP will be really important if we're going to go down that illustrative ED path as well, because that gives us some level of evidence base to, as a board, really land on preliminary views that go to that sort of user need end of things. So I'd be very supportive of some of that sort of stuff happening and casting the net reasonably wide as we start thinking about the sort of people we want to engage with through that process.
Thanks, Todd. Renee, then Mike, then Abdullah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I also very much support exploring in a CP this whole question. I think that the board is at a point in its journey maturity where this is perfect timing for this project. We now have a new conceptual framework. There's also been experience by other standard setters in exploring that question. I think there's a lot of good experience we can leverage. I mean, you already mentioned the PSAB journey with their own reporting model, and what's interesting is, in my mind, I don't easily disassociate comparability and understandability. The feedback that I believe that we heard through the Canadian project was an overwhelming appreciation, support for comparability and consistency, and not only within the public sector, but even with the private sector. And it seems like aligning, for example, the Canadian project, aligning the statement of financial position, the balance sheet, closer to a private sector format balance sheet, and that's something that constituents have very, very, very much appreciated. So I support exploring, but I admit I look forward to seeing where we're going to land based on the feedback received. Hence why it's so important to seek the feedback. In our views, I think we need to. Another point is that I think we should articulate better. We alluded to it in the paper, but why focusing on jurisdictional comparison versus international comparison? Making sure that point of view is coming out clearly, and that we can get good input on that. I think the view is going in the right direction. It's just how we articulate the rationale for that focus. And yeah, I'm going to keep it at that for now. There's already been a lot of good comments made, which I support.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, I think it does, it sort of, I mean, it's kind of surfaced almost at one or 2 points, but that question as to would we have, as a board, have a different view on alternative balance sheet format? And is this mainly a performance statement issue in terms of, and you know, that's maybe something that we should also explore a bit, you know, because I guess certainly what I've seen is that the balance sheet formats tend to be more, as you say, aligned with a sort of, you know, just a kind of private sector approach. Okay, some of the line items might be different, but Anthony.
Yeah, just coming back on that, on the staff view at the moment is that each approach would be an approach for a complete set of financial statements. I know the paper's focused on presentation of statement of financial performance. That's to get us started, but there'd be an approach that have a complete set.
Okay. Mike, then Abdullah.
So thank you, Chair. Well, I support the project as well. Given my perspective as an external auditor, we have really a broad range of entities, reaching from the federal government, going to small entities, going to entities which are more comparable to private sector companies. And therefore, I would be, let's say, the question is how far do we go? For example, I wouldn't question, for example, the current elements of the financial statement SDR. I think changing that would go too far. And also a reminder that is really our core asset as an international standard setter to have comparable financial statements. Even my experiences, we have also the comparability where we have entities in the public sector. They might, or they are in fact doing IFRS financial statements, and there is a big benefit to compare them as well with the IPSAS financial statement, which goes in the direction of the capital market. And yes, having said this, I have personally for, let's say, being aligned to IFRS to a certain extent, from the approach wise. That means we don't take the scenarios the IFRS incorporate in their future standard, but nevertheless following them, the approach of options adjusted to the public sector, let's say. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, I mean, I think that is certainly going to be helpful for us. The fact that ISB will publish a new standard IFRS 18, I think, by Q2 next year. And, you know, they've obviously debated backwards and forwards the extent of, you know, standardization in terms of, you know, categorization of expenses and that kind of thing. So we will need to kind of re-examine the same questions from a public sector perspective. But at least actually they've now kind of come to a conclusion in terms of, from a capital markets perspective, these are the, if you like, this is what would achieve standardization. And clearly that is a driver for capital markets usage. And that's where we have to look at the public sector, what the public sector drivers might be, and where something different might be appropriate. Abdullah and then Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. And one of the comments that I had was about if we're going to have something for balance sheet, and Anthony answered that. And for my thought, I would agree with the proposal for permitting different approaches, which is the right thing, especially looking into jurisdictions. They are in different maturity level. You would have jurisdiction where they have emphasis more into GFS reporting. You would have a different other jurisdictions like the UK, they will have an IFRS mindset, then you would permit the different approaches, which I totally agree with. The thing that we will keep popping up is that the budget preparation in limited jurisdiction is prepared to an accrual, where the execution it's prepared mostly in cash, but in certain jurisdiction, limited number of jurisdiction prepared on accrual. Then the execution would be an accrual, and that will keep popping up. I know it's not our mandate, but in a way that we need to make it clear, it's not the mandate that we are trying to do. The last thought I was thinking of when I was reading the paper and when I was thinking about this project, the characteristics of the public sector is different. Mainly the controllable and non-controllable items that a public sector entity will find themselves reporting on. So that is the thing I would worry more about. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. I mean, I think at this stage, what we're doing is we're logging a series of issues and questions from board members. So I think that's helpful. Lucy?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Anthony, for the presentation. I agree to include in the presentation of FSCP a discussion on permitting the different approaches with a focus on balance approach between flexibility and comparability. And I also noted that there might be a need for us to consult other like market jurisdictions where we can still achieve comparability, especially for international at the international level. Like for instance, when a local government unit is availing loans from foreign financial institutions, of course they will be looking at the financial information of that particular local government in comparison with other local governments in other jurisdictions. I'm just curious if there might be a need for us to bring in now the application panel that we have discussed in the September meeting, where we intend to have that IPSASB application panel that would work on the different that would assist the IPSASB on practical application issues that may be in order to bridge the gap between high level principal standards, like for instance, the presentation of FS. I don't know how these can be now. I mean, we can bring in that application panel to help us in this FS presentation project. Thank you.
So I think the primary tool that we're going to use as a board on this is going to be a task force. And I think we will have focus group discussions with particular groups of, users to inform the task force. I think the question is, and Ross, maybe staff can have a think about this, because we're not going to have the application panel up and running sufficiently early to inform us, and indeed it's not its purpose to act as a focus group if it's set up in the way that the board discussed at the last meeting. But I think, to your point, the question is probably, have we had questions already from constituents on this area which would be useful to inform the task force deliberations? Ross?
Yeah, so I agree the application panel is probably not the right starting point. I think we have to think about how we want to support this project, and I do think the CAG is one place to start. We already have a number of preparers sitting around the CAG. We also have our networks for our regional events that bring in a lot of different users and future users that we can think about how we might use that. I think we have to go away and think about it. I think the message is clear that we want to look into how we can engage with users and get some feedback on this project. I don't have a good answer for you right today on how we might do that. I think it is slightly different than all of the forums we have at the moment. Okay, thanks, Ross. So, I mean, I think in terms of the question, I think the board's generally behind exploring the options. I think we've heard some very, good avenues to explore, cautions in how we do that. Some, probably around having some kind of default, and then, people, then articulating why from a PFM point of view, or regulators, so I think, generally it's been helpful, and I think that gives the mandate to start to explore it, but with those cautions and those concerns and those points that have come out from a very rich discussion. And then that final point that's just emerged from Lucy's point about giving some more thought to, if we use a task force as the kind of central point in terms of developing thinking and proposals, how we feed into that from those various different other sources, be it focus groups, roundtables, and so on. And I think Ross's point is, given the nature of the topic, actually, we're probably going to need to think about that at an earlier stage and how we do that in order to be able to form our views on the degree of flexibility. And I think, particularly Mike's caveat there is, we need to challenge ourselves in terms of, if we think there's a need for flexibility, why is that? What's the evidence base, and what should those flexibilities be? Okay. So move us on then.
Okay, thank you very much for those useful comments. We'll take them away. So moving on to the next agenda item, and both 9.2.2 and 9.2.3 are talking about the two chapters, the first two chapters of the CP. For both of these chapters, we're looking for substantive board comments. Is there anything in those papers that you disagree with, or that you feel requires additional analysis? Just some context, why did we bring these two chapters to the board at this stage? We're very early on into the project, and these opening chapters will evolve over time. but really want to bring them to the board because they'll set the foundation for the discussions next year when we get into the issues, which I'm really looking forward to. So really to set the foundation and check if there's anything you disagree with. As an opening comment, there is repetition that I've noted in these chapters. We do need to seriously look at the length and the amount of detail in these chapters, so they will be reduced. We can, of course, it is easier when we get nearer the end, we consider the whole CP together, but they will be cut down, no question about that. But there is content in these drafts that I wanted to have the board's eyes over to make sure you agreed with the conclusions in there and the reasons for those conclusions. And Chapter 1 has been based on the previous board deliberations. It has been based on and influenced by previous CAG discussions and has been based on the conclusions reached in the development of the project brief. So really looking for substantive comments, especially if there's anything that you disagree with, but from a editorial drafting, don't need those comments at the board table now. Happy for you to talk to me offline. There's a lot more work to do on drafting, but is there anything in principle in here that you disagree with or you think's missing? Back to you.
So thank you, Anthony. So what I'm going to suggest we do is we just walk through page by page and just pick up those comments of substance from members, in terms of the material that's there, and then Anthony can take that away, and think about it as part of that overall process of condensing what we've actually got at the moment. So, Ross, if you want to just sort of walk us through, and then that allows Anthony to capture the points as we move through.
Thanks. So in the document, agenda item 9.3.1 is the draft of the current CP. And I think we should start on page 4, which is the table of contents. This is the starting proposed structure. So if anyone has any points of substance they want staff to think about here, happy to start there. So it's page 4, table of contents.
And as Anthony says, that will evolve as we work our way through in terms of what's the best way to present the issues.
Page 5. Page 6, chapter 1, project overview.
Murray.
Just simple question about the 1.3, the users. Maybe there is a wide range of users such as, and one of the users, policy advisors. Policy advisors, word is not in the conceptual framework, and it relates to the chapter 2 point. So the consistency is required, from my point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. And also, I think Scott's earlier points about primary users as well is going to be really important when we think about this. Okay. But it certainly needs to be driven out of the conceptual framework, no doubt about that.
So back on page 6, chapter 1. Page 7.
Claudia.
I have two observations to the diagram. One is the reasons for the project. I'm not sure if we normally mention national standard setters. We normally concentrate on the other international standards. And the second is the project outputs. We say something about other guidance material, including illustrative financial statements. I'm not sure if you could already promise that we will deliver other guidance other than the standard.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia.
So back to the diagram. Any other comments on diagram 1?
Anthony.
I'm just checking while the reference to national standard setters, I'm very happy to put a line through it, but we've got quite strong direction to refer to the work of national standard setters.
Well, I think it's the question it's how do you do that? It's not that we shouldn't, but I think it will inform our work, as inevitably it always does. It's a question of just how it's expressed, I think. Ross.
Yeah, I would say just bring it up a level and just say other standard setters and leave it general.
Yeah. Okay. Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. I look at the second box, which is key project drivers. It's about reducing unnecessary differences with government finance statistics. But the thing is, if we could put the differences or any departure from IFRS or IPSAS and as well as GFRS, so we can know how far the differences is. So we will work on here. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think that comes back to partly we'll have a firmer anchor point when IFRS 18 comes out. But also I think linked to this, we are going to need to do something that just draws together that point about GFS, because it clearly has caused concern in terms of how close to GFS can you get within the standards by making certain choices, as opposed to what are the differences. So I think we just need to think about how we draw together what we've already got. It's not there, but I think it's not drawn together at the moment. So we need to think about that. Liang.
My point is also related to the key project drivers. I'm just wondering whether we should say just say maintain alignment with IFRS, or my suggesting maybe we can add such as if necessary, because it is not always that we must to align with IFRS. And another suggestion from me is I just wonder whether this order of the key project driver are suitable. My suggestion is maybe we can put the last one, responding to public sector user needs about alignment with IFRS and reducing necessary difference with GFS, for which I think may be more important. So this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
I was just thinking the same thing back to earlier comments I think Scott was making as well about linking to user needs. Maybe instead of key project drivers, it's like public sector user needs is what we're talking about here, and articulating that. And then I would question whether the consistency with framework needs to be there, because our framework's about the user needs. So then you're talking about the three different models you're exploring. And I agree that maintaining alignment with IFRS, we should add when applicable, when appropriate. That's what we say in our policy document.
Yeah, I think for all of those things need to be thought about, and I do think we also need to, attach this very firmly to our strategic objective, in terms of strengthening public financial management. So I think we just need to sort of think about what goes in there, what's expressed, and the order and how we deal with it. And some of this may be the diagram's trying to do too much at the moment, and it may be easier actually to tease it apart. So, I think we just need to think about that, as we need to think about what needs to go in this section and how do we need to tell the story, and we need to think about it as telling the story. Okay. So I think it's Lucy next.
Thank you, Chair. On the project drivers, are we not bringing in also some alignments with ISS? Because in our dashboard, alignment dashboard, for IPSAS 1, we would like to have alignment on paragraph 4.6 to 4.50, the ISS. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I think we've got to think about this whole GFS issue, and that's another moving part at the moment in terms of there is an update to the international statistical standards going on. I think it's now fairly clear that for their own reasons they've decided not to make any substantive changes which would help reduce the differences with our standards, and that's notwithstanding a lot of very hard work that Joao's put in on that. And so I think it's now reasonably clear what the differences will be. As you say, in terms of the dashboard, those are there, but we probably just need to think about how do we actually pull that information together from a point of view of just communicating what the choices are that you can make within IPSAS that will allow that. So I think if we leave that as a staff instruction in terms of what's the most appropriate way to deal with that, but we do need to pull those messages together. Okay. So I think move us on then, Ross.
Yes. So below the diagram, the next section is why this project is being undertaken. So bottom of page 7. Page 8.
Page 8, clearly exciting some questions there. So Hervé, Adrien, I think you were first and then Claudia.
My turn.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand that users might have made comments, or we might have gathered comments from users. It's at the bottom of page 8. One of the concerns is about complexity and lack of understandability. I'm worried with this paragraph because it states that the suite of IPSAS standards, because of its completeness, has created complexity. But if we change the structure of the presentation functional statements, we will still have all the standards and the provisions of the main 3 areas that are recognition, measurement, and disclosures. They will remain. And this is probably what makes the suite of IPSAS standards complex and complicated and sometimes difficult to understand. So I wouldn't use that as a motive for the project.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have to be careful not to dig unnecessary holes for ourselves on this. Claudia.
Yeah, fully agree with what Irv says. It's one of my points to this page. I'm struggling a little bit with 1.11. As far as I understood, when we're talking about expenditure, we mean cash spent. And normally we have an accrual-based standard, so probably we wouldn't have only expenses at the end of the year or capital expenditure, but we don't have the whole spent money on a certain project or environment. So, and then we say something about what the expenditure had achieved, and that it's more a point of an RPGs. So I'm not sure we should a little bit more focused on what could deliver accrual accounting and what not. Actually, it seems a little bit mixing up all what we are in GFRS.
Yeah, I mean, I think also we have to be cognizant of the challenges around delays in finalisation of information and so on. Unfortunately, not everybody is as well tuned in as New Zealand is in terms of timeframes production of financial statements. So anyway, okay. So move us on then, Ross.
Sorry, bottom of page 8.
Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 1.10, I think we have to include the date of the chapters in our conceptual framework, especially on the revision of the definition of assets, liabilities. I think this should be considered also. Thank you.
Getting some interference here, but
Either someone needs to mute themselves online or there's some interference.
yeah, it might be muting online actually.
Looks like it's Willard. Can you please mute yourself, Willard?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the question actually is what is a driver of the project? Because I think, yeah, okay, I think that needs thinking through. Because we don't need to mention everything that's happened. It's only things that have happened that would influence what we've got here. So, okay.
So moving on to page 9. Page 10. We're starting, what is the objective of this project? Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14, where we start to describe the scope of the project. Page 15, we have diagram 2.
Trisha.
It's not about the diagram, but paragraph 149. Okay. The IPSASB consider all the recent developments, effort to improve the accessibility of information, financial statement through digital reporting, other initiatives. I think it's so broad because we need to consider open government, digital government. I think it's so broad. I'd like to understand more what you think about this.
I think we need to be very careful before we go down this road, actually, because the public sector is not homogeneous at all, and this is a very big area, and I'm not convinced that it really necessarily influences what we should specify in terms of presentation, because a lot of this is how to. And that's not what we're about in this project. So I think we just have to be very, very careful that we don't start getting into how the information is produced. There isn't a consistency at all. There's a lot of divergence at the moment, and certainly the taxonomy for the IFRS Foundation has taken up huge amounts of resources that we just don't have. So I think we just need to be very clear that we're not doing that, because otherwise this project is going to become undeliverable. So again, I think we just need to be careful that we don't open up issues that we don't need to. So it very much needs to focus on the story around the project and not open up things that we're not going to deal with. Russ?
One of the things we could just say is that we're setting the principles for presentation, but that doesn't limit whether their presentation is communicated digitally or in a paper or traditional format, because I think we've always had that view from the staff perspective that, you can present your financial statements however you want, but you have to follow the principles. There's nowhere in the principles that say you have to use a paper format.
And maybe just that's enough. That's all we need to say. Okay. Patricia, your mic's still on. Did you want to come back on? No. Okay.
So moving down, page 15. Page 16, how will this project be developed? Page 17, chapter 2, purpose of financial statements.
Yeah, Murray.
Yes, the objectives of financial reporting 2.6 and 2.7 and 2.8, there is the title is objective financial reporting. However, there is a financial publication of financial statements, and it is not clear the relationship between the financial statements and financial reporting. And maybe the chapter 2's title is purpose of financial statement, and maybe the later part of this chapter 2, they mentioned about the relationship between the financial reporting and the financial statement, and so maybe the consistency should be required. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Murray.
So moving down page 17, in page 18.
I think you were marginally ahead there, Patricia, of Murray. So if you want to go first.
And thank you. I think in the item 211 or 11, I think it's not so aligned with the conceptual framework. There are something different here. There are some other things in the conceptual framework that are not here. My suggestion is to align better the 2.11.
2.11. Okay.
Yes, and the other in the decision making section, I think the focus in the provider resource providers and not in the resource recipient. I think it's need to align more with the primary users of financial statements. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Patricia. I think that we need to keep the links tight in terms of the terminology and the approach and the conceptual framework. I think it's a classic one where that will help us, I think. Mary.
Yes, thank you. About the users and the 2.15, the decision-making parts, and there is a users of information in financial statements for decision-making processes. However, there is so many users of financial statements, and later part of the maybe 2.26 users of financial statements, and so many users mentioning about so it's a so streamlined description is needed, and I think.
I mean, I think we just need to keep focusing on the primary users in the conceptual framework and keep that tight all the way through. I mean, your point is absolutely right that there's so many potential users, but actually we need to focus it using the framework. And having made that point once, then we can just keep on primary users all the way through. Okay, Ross, move us on.
Move us on back to 19, role of financial statements. '20. At the bottom of 20, users of financial statements. '21. At the bottom of 21, information needs of financial statement users.
Oh, sorry, Patricia, are you still in or?
Yes, it's about users again, because in paragraph 2.30, some users in the item A seems resource providers or resource recipient. Again, I think it's not These, for example, media normally uses general proposed financial statement, not a specific financial statement, cannot ask for specific information. Thank you.
Wednesday?
Yeah, we'll pick that up through and check consistency of language.
Okay, thanks, Ross. Take us back.
So bottom of 21 again, information needs of financial statement users. 22. We have table 5 there. That takes us into 23.
Yep, Claudia.
Thank you. I have two remarks to the table. One is regarding the statement of changes in equity. There's on page 23 mentioned users also want to understand to the extent to which equity reserves are available to support current and future delivery activities. I'm not sure if it's really the focus in the public sector, because the equity, it's really just the net position between assets and liabilities. Can't really manage them in a private sector way or understanding. And the second is regarding the cash flow statement. It's then the second paragraph, where we're talking about informed assessment of the likely amounts and sources of cash inflows needed in future periods to support service delivery objectives. I'm not sure if a cash flow statement in the public sector can give you the sources of cash inflows from future periods. In a financial statement, it shows what's the cash inflow of the current period, but not what the taxpayers could pay in the future.
Yeah, I tend to agree with both those comments, other than to say everything in this table is based on the conceptual framework, but if there's uncertainty, we can take it out.
I mean, there's a lot of information there as well, and it may well be that actually, as we start to get into different sections, it's more appropriate to bring it in when we're talking about the performance statement as opposed to the balance sheet. Clearly cash flows are not part of this, nor is budget. So, I think keep it tight all the way through on what are we trying to do for each of the particular areas. David.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to picking up on a point you've just made. I mean, given that this is about work to revise IPSAS 1, why have we got anything in there on cash flow statements and the comparison of budget and actual amounts, and even the notes to the financial statements, because that's not part of this project?
Anthony.
That raises a really interesting comment. I agree on cash flow. We don't want to confuse people and lead people down a track that we're not covering. But I thought this project would include the presentation of information in the notes.
Well, that's a question, isn't it? Because there may well be something. I mean, if we go with the largely notes and so on are going to be determined by the individual subject-based IPSAS. So we need to be very careful in terms of what would any additional notes be driven by presentation. And some of what we're going to talk about later today would actually potentially influence that. So again, I think it's sort of, just be very, very careful. And it's probably also think about it in the context of which part of the story are we telling at that point in time. Okay.
So back into the document, we're at the bottom of page 23, paragraph 2.37 and onwards. 24, at the bottom of the page, purpose of financial statements within broader PFM context.
Murray.
Yes, thank you. About the diagram 3, it is described by the World Bank, and it's the title is Public Sector Accounting and Government Financial Statistics. And so it is in the broader PFM framework. And so we had to consider about the diagram 3 to arrange with the broader PFM framework context. And so maybe the former part of the document, the figure one and the figure diagram 3 should be consolidated and so combined, and so something should be changed. Thank you.
Anthony.
Yeah, I think that's really useful comments. I've definitely hovered over this section more than a few times and been very close to just putting a line through 2.3.2.38 to 2.42. So yeah, we'll have a think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does come back to we only need the information in here, which is helpful in terms of the board coming to preliminary reviews. So it's a difference between having an academic paper and something which is actually explaining our reasoning and our thinking and coming to our preliminary reviews. So we only need the things that actually explain why we're going in the direction that we are. Okay. Anthony.
Sorry, I'm just getting ahead of Ross. What my suggestion would be is for is what I put in the paper for paragraphs 2.43 to the end of this chapter, which is talking about making changes to the purpose of financial statements. I suggest we bring that back to the board once we've got a finalised IFRS 18. So I don't think we're in the right place to be talking about that now.
Okay. I think that's fine. Ross, so move us on then.
So that takes us into page 25. Proposed enhancements to IPSAS 1. Into page 26. From 2.46 onwards.
Anthony.
Sorry, what page are we up to?
26.
Okay, I'll come in on 28.
And in 27, there's just a little bit of a paragraph there. And we're on 28. Appendix A, further background on reasons for conducting the project.
Just to make it easier, when I've had a fresh review of this early in the week, I'll just put a line through Appendix A. It's not adding anything new.
Okay. Any comments on, well, do you want to work through those other appendices then? So B.
So page 28.
Skipping to 30.
And B, further background on scope considerations, page 30. Page 31. Page 32. The relationship between IPSAS 1 and other IPSAS on page 32. Page 33. Page 34. 35. 36. 37. On 38, Appendix C, consideration of other reporting developments. 39. 40. At the bottom of 40, increased focus on
Claudia.
I'm sorry, I was a little bit late. 39. I think the digital reporting initiatives will be shortened due to the comment from Ian said in the Cortex directive.
Yeah, I think we just need a paragraph which does what Ross suggested earlier, which acknowledges it, but that it's not a focus in terms of our work.
Yep. So moving on to 39. increased focus on connectivity at the bottom of page 40. 41. And that brings us to the end of the draft to this point.
Okay, so thanks for that input, everybody. Thanks very much to Anthony for producing a lot of material that I think has actually given us a very good debate this morning. And certainly we needed to get that input from the board up front on the optionality issue, because clearly that will drive a lot of the discussion as we go through. So I think that's been a very helpful session. So thank you for that. But thank you also, I think, for producing the material to allow the CAG to provide some very useful input and very timely on this project. Clearly, there's a lot more to discuss, and that really then takes us into the breakout sessions, which are going to be the rest of the morning. So I don't know who from staff is just going to talk about the logistics on that.
I think Anthony's going to give an introduction as well.
Anthony's going to introduce it.
Anthony, you can.
Yeah, I've got an introduction to breakout sessions. Just might go for 15 minutes. Is it coffee or is it carry on?
So if we break now, but come back at 5:02, and then tee up the breakout sessions, but bearing in mind that we've got less time, so we just need to I think just agree between us the time frames and how that's going to work, bearing in mind the various other things we've got to fit in today. Anyway, so back here at 5:02. Okay, so welcome back from the coffee break, everyone. And as advertised beforehand, Anthony's going to present some material to tee up the breakout groups, which will then be the remainder of this morning. So Anthony, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just an important point to first highlight is that the breakout locations are different from yesterday. So the breakout, which room you go to, in the same place as yesterday, just outside this room.
Yeah, so it's different groups, different locations. So make sure you have a look.
Yeah, so we're not allowing different options, but we're. So I'm just going to provide some, maybe about 15 minutes or so, introduce the discussion topics for the breakout sessions. And then the slides that I'm presenting will be available in the breakout sessions. So I have produced some examples to help and some additional questions if needed to get the discussion going. So you can refer to them again when you break out, and staff will help through that. So for the breakout sessions, we're talking or looking for preliminary feedback on two issues of proposals that have been near to finalised by the ISB through the development of their standard IFRS 18. IFRS 18 is at pre-ballot stage. Their proposals are very near to finalised. They're working through sweep issues and final editorials. So we can talk about these proposals in confidence that they're going to go through from an ISB perspective. But the question is, to what level are these developments in presentation of financial statements applicable, useful for the public sector? And the first one is they spent quite a bit of time looking at the categories and subtotals for performance statements. Both these topics are focused on the statement of financial performance. We won't forget about the balance sheet. We won't forget about the statement of movements in equity. There'll be future meetings. The focus of this discussion is the statement of financial performance, or from an ISB perspective, the profit and loss or income statement. So really the ISB got very strong feedback from investors that they wanted consistency in subtotals. So of course you've got a bottom line, or the ISB have got a couple of bottom lines, but if you're going to have another subtotal, investors were looking for consistency there in how that was calculated. And then the second issue, seeking feedback on views, is management defined performance measures. And this is the idea that there's lots of different measures which are used in communications by companies, because this is an ISB development. To what extent should they be included in the financial statements? To what extent should there be disclosure in the financial statements to those management defined measures? In New Zealand, we would call them non-GAAP measures. To what extent should there be information about them in the financial statements, or should it just stay outside? Broadly, I felt that both of these were considering similar conceptual questions and quite broad questions around how should financial performance be measured and reported. That's a big topic that I'm sure there's many theses have been written on this topic. So how do you actually measure financial performance, and how should it be reported? And what financial performance measures should be included in general purpose financial statements? So that's a very broad topic, but it runs both of these, the ISB developments run into those questions. So I'm just going to run through some slides, but as I run through the slides, these are the questions that you start to have a think about and start to think about your reactions to. So when talking through both these issues and elaborating on them a bit further, is the ISB development applicable to development of public sector accounting standards? So do we actually need this for public sector? Of course, we've got a policy of IFRS alignment to the extent appropriate. So do we need this? And to what extent would modifications be needed to reflect the public sector context? If we think this is actually something we should be exploring further, how much would it need to change from what the ISB have done? When I was thinking about this, I was thinking about the different triggers that we've got, or levers, sorry, and as standard setters to responding to these issues around presentation. So what can we do? We can either introduce general principles for people to have a think about to promote improvements in presentation and consistency, but the principles aren't specific requirements. Or we can provide options, as we talked about this morning, or we can provide mandatory presentation requirements and saying this is what you have to disclose. Or we can develop a little bit softer guidance material for people to have a think about. So I think these are really useful to think about the different options when thinking about what have the ISB done? Do we want to make these mandatory? Do we want to provide flexibility around whether this is applicable in the public sector? And how specific do we want to be in IPSAS standards? Of course, this isn't complete, so I could add a whole lot more from the conceptual framework, but the main things that we think about when pulling whether to pull these different levers is promoting transparency and accountability, responding to user needs, the importance of comparability. And of course, when we think about flexibility, if we're going to require people to think about maybe disclosing this information, or you shall disclose this information, that really goes down to the importance of comparability. And I've already talked about flexibility. And of course, we talk a lot as national standard setters, cost benefit considerations around introducing new mandatory requirements. So just touching on two issues that we've got for discussion at the breakout sessions. First one, the categories and subtotals. So what the ISB are proposing, what is very, very close to being finalised, and I would not expect to change. They're already presenting at it at public sessions, are these categories within their profit and loss of categorising revenue and expenditure based on the main categories. There are others, but the main categories being operating, investing, financing. Sounds a bit like the cash flow statement. They've been at pains to say it's not exactly the same as the cash flow statement, but it is similar. This box here would have taken the ISB years to reach this conclusion and many, many long discussions. That's where they've ultimately ended up. What happens as a result of having these different categories is in the ISB's proposals that are going through, and it's at ballot draft stage, is that they will have new subtotals, new mandatory subtotals that are clearly defined. Still principles based, but a lot more guidance on how you end up with these subtotals, and that they'll have an operating profit and loss. They'll have a profit and loss for financing, and then you have the profit and loss for the year, what we're used to on bottom line, and because they've got the idea of comprehensive income, total comprehensive income coming after other comprehensive income movements. So you're going into a new world of multiple, we've already got it, but multiple subtotals. So I've just spent a bit of time thinking about this from a public sector perspective. And when I was thinking about this, I started to think about the different components of the statement of financial performance. And what we've got is our elements that we're used to and come from our conceptual frameworks of revenue and expenses, and the difference is net surplus. So hopefully we're all quite used to that. But the key point is that if the definition of revenue in our conceptual framework is quite broad, and expenses, any kind of gains go into revenue, any kind of revaluation gains or losses go into revenue and expenses. So it's anything goes into revenue expenses that is not a contribution from owners. So that's quite broad. But coming out of that, we have things that people like to isolate around revaluation gains mainly. Then we have categories, and just highlighting what we mean by categories and where the ISB have ended up is that then they take revenue and they split it into operating, investing and financing, and the same with expenses. And then when you start to talk about subtotals, I think I've heard the term, moving the deck chairs around, you start to move things around to get specific subtotals. And here you're moving operating revenue and operating expenses up, so you can get an operating surplus and deficit. The biggest thing that results from this type of moving things around in subtotals is you lose from the face a total revenue line. The revenue is going to be in multiple different places. Of course, you can add them up yourself, but you're not going to have a total revenue balance anymore. And then investing and financing. And then not necessary for discussion today, but we'll get to the challenge as we work through the project, is when we develop a new standard to replace IPSAS 1, what are the mandatory line items is the final question. So we've got our categories, we've got our subtotals, headings. Now, what mandatory line items are we going to have? And we will be having a future discussion at future meetings around principles of aggregation and disaggregation. How much should be presented on the face of the statement of financial performance in terms of line items, and what should be disclosed in the notes? Future discussion. But when I was thinking about all the questions, I found this useful. Cool. Just briefly comparing or commenting on what we've got now as a visual. IPSAS 1, we've only got one subtotal, surplus deficit for the year, total expenses minus total revenue minus expenses. And then at the moment, we've got the concept of certain remeasurement requirements, gains and losses were allowed for an IPSAS going directly through equity. And we will be having future discussions on that also at future meetings. Looking at where Canada have ended up, they've ended up in a very similar approach after many deliberations of still having one surplus deficit. And then for those that have got Canadian representatives in their breakout sessions, they can talk a bit more about that project. And we contrast it to where the ISB have ended up. And that's, you can see it on here, the operating revenue, investing and financing, splitting things up into specific categories. Cool. Just to also possibly help, I've thought about I've looked at a few examples of central government financial statements around the world and just give my numbers. So I picked up 3 from the Asia Pacific region, 3 from Europe, 3 from the Americas, and 2 from Africa. Specifically haven't mentioned names, but you can maybe try and guess which one's yours. So no surprise, which is good. Everyone's got revenue expenses and a surplus deficit. And then this just highlights the mixture of people that are reporting other comprehensive income compared to those in the blue at the bottom that are reporting items directly through equity, just about half and half. So anyone that's more aligned with IFRS Of course, they're bringing in at a central government level financial statements the idea of other comprehensive income. We're going to have future discussions and there'll be future papers on that specific topic. Then there's a mixture of central government financial statements that are reporting subtotals within or subclassifications within revenue and expenses, breaking them out into different subtotals. And the most common one is people have revenue from taxes and then revenue from other things, or government activities, non-government activities. And they split expenses into all sorts of different types of categories, whether it's transfers, other operating expenses. And some people are just listing them, and others in the grey are actually putting them into different groupings. And of course, IPSAS 1 allows for that flexibility at the moment. So, just highlighting now the orange, and the orange is looking at the sample of central government financial statements from around the world. How many are actually at the moment choosing to report an operating surplus deficit line? And this operating surplus deficit line in orange is described as, everyone describes it differently. Well, there's actually the terminology they use, but there's again about half, if not a little bit more, that are choosing to report an additional subtotal. So they can put specific things below it. And those specific items that go below it, everyone's also doing that differently. Some people are doing financial activities. They like to put income from interest income and interest expense. They put it below. Anything that's related to interest in other entities, associates, goes below. And many other types of examples of other gains and losses, including gains on sale of assets, financial instruments, property, plant, and equipment, realised, unrealised gains. Everyone's doing it slightly differently in terms of what goes below this operating profits, operating surplus deficit. Cool. And then just finally, and I found it really interesting, and because it's only one person jurisdiction doing it, I will name them. Australia added in a different additional line or category at the end of their statement of financial performance. This is on their statement of financial performance displayed, a net acquisition of non-financial assets. How much have they actually paid in purchasing non-financial assets? And then that allows them to display on their statement of financial performance a fiscal balance. But I've only found one example of that, but definitely interesting. Cool. So these slides again will be available. So if you want to bring these up to help with the discussions, then I highly encourage that. So I've got a slide of the examples and practice of what people are putting below a surplus deficit subcategory, a subtotal. And everyone is different. No one is the same. They're all doing different things. So you might want to have a discussion around, if we like the idea of an operating surplus deficit as a different subtotal, what items would go below that balance? Cool. So just some questions to consider in addition to the questions in the paper is, first of all, should the IPSASB propose similar requirements for the categorization of revenue and expenses? I would definitely start, I'm very interested in the a discussion around, have we got the problem here? At the moment, IPSAS 1 allows for flexibility. It allows you to report based on what you want to do around additional categories, additional headings, additional subtotals. So from a public sector perspective, would it be useful to prescribe something here? I haven't got any, I'm open at the moment. I'm really interested in the feedback. Have we got an issue here? Any preliminary views on what a categorization approach could look like for the public sector? I don't feel that operating, investing, financing automatically is applicable to the public. I think there could be very different options for the public sector. It could look very different to reflect the public sector context. And should the IPSASB seek to define mandate additional subtotals? Of course, very hard to do. Cool. So that's topic number 1. And then topic number 2 is management defined performance measures or non-GAAP measures or non-IPSAS measures that are used, let's put in the public sector context, by governments to report elements of performance, financial performance. Keep going back to that, financial performance. And we know that governments and public sector entities have many types of communications and many types of different types of performance measures that they use to report to citizens around the government's financial performance. And that could be linked to budget or fiscal policy. And it could look very different than the surplus deficit in the set of financial statements. So again, we've got examples of some of them that I've picked up through reviews of central government financial statements, just to get the discussion going. So if you wish to put the slide up during the breakout session to help, then I would encourage that. There's all sorts of different types of measures that you see. I've picked these up from the commentary that is attached to financial statements. Cool. So again, the questions that you may wish to consider, in addition to the broad question around whether this is a good idea from a public sector perspective, should similar requirements be introduced, and what types of non-IPSAS performance measures would be useful to disclose in a public sector financial statements. So again, you can go back to those examples and have some discussions around that. Should any of them actually be in the financial statements, and should it be mandated, or do we just want principles? Cool. That's it.
All right, thank you, Anthony. I think that analysis across different jurisdictions is really, really helpful, certainly in terms of providing us the context of the incredible variety of what's out there at the moment. So it gives us a very good taste of the territory that we're moving into. Unless there are any immediate comments on that, I suggest that we move into the breakout groups now. Groups are out there on the board. A reminder that they are different groups to yesterday. Very deliberately, we just mixed everybody up again. The lunch break is as scheduled. So lunch will be available at 12:30 back in this room for 1:30 for session feeding back on the key points. And again, what we'll do is we'll just we've got two questions, so what we might do is just pick on one of the groups to lead off and then ask the other groups just to add any other key points on each of the topics. But again, all the points will be logged. So I don't think there's anything else we need at this stage. Everyone okay? So go and have a good discussion, and see you back in here at 1:30. Thank you. I think it's actually.
Who's here?
So whoever's online is free to participate in this group roundtable discussion or breakout discussion, sorry. So whoever we have online who wants to join, please turn on your camera, and when you want to enter in the discussion, use the raise hand function, and staff will be watching. I can't tell who the 10 participants are we have online and whether any of you are going to join, but if you do want to join, turn on your camera and please participate. Oh, we've got Karen.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very
Saya,
much.
nice to see you, Saya.
Hi everyone, how are you
Agnieszka.
today?
Great, you're sounding a little bit better than yesterday.
A little bit, yep, I'm improving.
We've got Mariana from the IMF, the observer from statistics. Great, so we'll make sure to include you guys in the discussion. Over to you, Claudia.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure for me to lead now the discussion at this breakout session. So welcome to all of you online. As Ross said, please raise your flag and then we try to manage that. We can give you also the room to comment on the issues. So we have two tasks to solve. So Anthony, give us two tasks. One is the first is categories and subtotals and performance statements. We should want to hear your views on it. Should the IPSAS board propose similar requirement to the categorization of revenue and expense? That means operational financing in investing. And if you have any preliminary views on the categorization approach to reflect the public sector context. And finally, if we should define and mandate the presentation of additional subtotals. So who want to be the first to give some ideas or comments on it? Liang, please.
Actually, I have very strong view about the ISB proposal on the presentation of financial statement. Actually, when ISB performed some outreach in China, actually, the stakeholder in China, similar as me, we have provide very strong disagreement to their proposal. In particular, the three categories to classify all the P&L item as operating, financial, and investing. Some example we provided yesterday from the point of view of private sector, but I think maybe to some extent it is also applicable to public sector, such as in the modern operation of entity, the operation of model entities. Actually, they may combine operating, investing, and financing activities together. They may not how to say, so distinguish these three categories very clear in their operation, such as some entities, they may the major business, original major business, maybe they are to do some life size activities to produce medicine or produce some by life size related products. But we see the example actually when they have done such business, they may also have some investment in other life size entities. So maybe if we look at the classification according to the IFIs, this investment may be classified as such as investment in financial instrument. But actually, these investments are very related to their main business. So actually, in the eyes of these entities, they just to have this investment to operate or to manage together with their core business. So in their view, actually, they cannot say this investment in the financial instrument are investing activity, because they look at this investment as part of their core business. Another example we cite is such as in the daily operation, maybe you as the customer, maybe you will negotiate the credit period with the entity may negotiate the credit period with their customer or with their suppliers. Such as the original term is you have to pay the money within 1 month. But after your negotiation, such as you can pay money after 1 year or by installment. So in substance, these are kind of financing activities, but this is quite related to your normal operation activity. So actually, you cannot you cannot distinguish the financing activities easily from your daily operation. And the other example we will provide, such as for the foreign exchange transaction, foreign exchange gain or loss resulted from foreign exchange transaction. Actually, the current ISB's proposal is that you have to look at the underlying transaction, which give rise to the foreign exchange translation gain or loss. So you must have per our entities, they said they have to have a very comprehensive system to capture the information so that they can classify how many amount should be recorded as operating activity, operating amount resulted from the foreign exchange translation. So this is quite complex, or this is to me, it is not useful for the users of financial statement. What they want is to know what is the total amount of the foreign exchange translation, but they may not need it for them to understand how much of the money is resulted from, say, exchange of those trading receivable or trading payable. How much money should be allocated to those investing receivable or payable. So actually, this is quite rule-based and do not provide many relevant information to the users. So in summary, actually, we have very strong disagreement to ISB proposal. I think similar to, in addition to this disagreement in my jurisdiction, I think for the public sector, and maybe we have more reasons or more grounds to say ISB proposal is not applicable to public sector, because actually we have different information needs, and I do not think to classify financing operating and investing activities are applicable to public sector. So this is my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liang. So then Scott is next.
I was just going to come back on briefly on one point of it may be helpful. Purposely in the papers, I didn't go into the detail, but in the ISB model, it does allow for some flexibility. So if you've got something that you might fit into investing or financing, but that's part of your main operations, it does require you to move it up into that operating activities. So there's a few more layers to the ISB proposals that require things to be moved around that I didn't include in the papers, but they've tried to account for that.
Thanks. I'm probably going to pile a little bit on Leanne's comments here. First of all, back to your original question, Anthony, what's broke? I'm not sure anything is. Okay, so I'm not sure there is anything broken here. And then I am a little perplexed about the conversation we had just before we got in break about allowing flexibility about jurisdiction, because if we go down this route, then you're going to stop the other one. So I think they're mutually exclusive. Okay. That you may disagree, but there's going to be definitely a conflict between flexibility and reporting and going down mandating categories. I don't know if you have a view about that.
Yeah, that's a really useful comment, Scott. I'm sort of kicking myself a little bit because that was the first point I was going to make in my presentation, is that when talking about this, you almost need to change hats and forget about that option thing. And think about if we had one approach, one presentation model, what would the categorization be?
Right. Yeah, and by the way, I agree. I don't think these three categories are driven by the investor view, because the investor wants to know what cash flow from operations is, and that comes off the cash flow statement. So they're trying to reconcile operations between the cash flow statement, and that's really driven by that. If you look in the U.S. on cash flow, the third number restatement in financial statements is on cash flow statements, because people can't get the categories right. The complexity is unbelievable. The FASB actually had to issue a standalone accounting standard just to deal with the 10 top misstatements in the cash flow statement, because it was so common. So my point is, I think you're going to have similar situations with this as well. Think about the changes going to be made to accounting systems and other things to be able to do that. So I'm not sure there's a problem here we're fixing, but that's sort of my view.
So the other views? Oh, David.
Thanks, Claudia. I mean, I'm picking up on Scott's point. I mean, from my experience, trying to distinguish in the public sector anyway, trying to distinguish between financing and investing for the cash flow is difficult enough. If you've got to start trying to do that in your statement of financial performance, it's just going to lead to extra problems. But I agree with you. I don't think there's a problem here that needs to be fixed. I think there is enough flexibility. Although, having said that, I do wonder whether, depending on the feedback we get from stakeholders, whether there might be some what you've called subtotals that we might want to suggest that would be useful to users of financial statements, possibly.
Those subtotals could possibly be something optional that if it's useful for you,
yeah,
rather than mandating it.
Yeah.
Really curious about first having going round. Does anyone think we've got a problem here? Houston, we've got a problem.
So we can only just give back, David, what you said. You wouldn't distinguish between financial and investing, because giving a loan in public sector is normally part of the operational task, and not like Liang said, in the operational model. Instead of really investing, that might be only a few companies which have like this funds, this special funds or whatever, they have really a task of investing. All others we didn't have any obligation to invest. So we have to do to fulfill our operational model. So I see it, at least with this subtotal, also a little bit about this category, quite critical. Then Angela. Was Noriati now? Yeah.
It's been a while. 6 years, I think. Yeah, thanks, Anthony, and I too, listening to the debate this morning, was wondering, do we actually have a problem? It's a very good question. The other thing that concerns me is the IASB proposals are so new and untested in practice. And I'm conscious that as a standard setter, they've spent a lot of time in outreach and talking to each other and still having fierce debates by the sounds between two members of the board, whether it's a preparer focus or an investor focus. So that tells you that there's still a lot of tension. And it worries me that it's a fundamental change to the language of business. It's quite a significant change in practice. And I do worry that effectively going down this route at this time, before we've seen 2 or 3 years of practice, it really concerns me for practical reasons that Liang said, and also, is it going to help investors? So my concern is exploring it too early in the public sector when we've had no history of how it will actually work. And I think the first 2 years are full of angst and change, tension. Nobody likes change really. And suddenly the old system was fine. So it takes at least 3 or 4 years before evidence of benefit. And so there's something about the timing of it that makes me a bit nervous.
And that was an interesting comment in that often when we have an IPSASB project, we're looking at alignment with a new IFRS standard that's been applied in practice for more than a few years. That's when we're picking up or looking at IFRS 18 that will not have been applied, will not be effective when we issue the CP. So it's it's an interesting one, but we feel like we can't ignore IFRS 18 in a presentation of financial statements project. But I take all your comments. It's a challenge.
I agree, Anthony, and I think it would be wise to put up an IFRS aligned option. So I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just I think it's a caution really on how we talk about how it will work in public sector when we haven't really got a handle on how it's actually going to work in the private sector. So how to present that. But I would always support at least one of the options being close to IFRS. That probably leads me to a view that one of the options maybe should be status quo. I don't know. So possibly, just to Liang's point on investing and financing, I think in the public sector this will be a nightmare because governments and central banks are financing to keep bond markets operating potentially, and they'll just reinvest the money in other assets. They may be intervening and raising money for macroeconomic reasons, as we saw through alternative monetary supply. So I think that would be very problematic to classify in the public sector. And just my sort of final thought around classification, I think I would really like to see the IPSASB have a view on what is the bottom line performance of a public sector. In the same way the IASB has said, this is the IASB gap number. I think it's really important, in my view, to have a bottom line performance, which then helps you decide on categorization. And I'm very keen on that. And whether it's other comprehensive income or net surplus before OCI items, I'm unsure, but governments are so incentivized to focus on the number they want to focus on. So for me, having a genuine international independent standard setter saying this is the bottom line performance number, and then maybe reconcile to other constructs or metrics, it's a really critical sort of principle for me, just given that we are dealing with politicians. And I guess some of those subtotals, I'm not sure we can, any other kind of construct, I'm not sure we can mandate because I think it comes down to a government's fiscal strategy, and as part of their fiscal strategy, they may be targeting debt or return to surplus or net worth. And as part of their strategy, in advance of the year or the 5 years, they should say, these are the metrics that we will target and report against for citizens. One of them, hopefully, will be the gap number, but they may be net debt or net worth or operating balance before some valuation items. And I think that's the important part, because the comparability then is that you stick to that metric for a long time, so you don't cherry pick a performance story you want every year. So I think for me, categorization is really a sort of a second order question in my mind. Thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Okay, thank you very much. I will go now for Nima and then Saya.
Thank you very much. Sometimes I got lost when I look at the requirement which we're talking about for categories and subtotals. Then I'm asking myself, what is the difference in what we are trying to add to section 89 and 104 of IPSAS 1, which already says that additional line item, headings, and subtotals shall be presented on the face of statement of financial performance when such presentation is relevant to understanding of financial performance. And 89 is doing the same for financial position. Thank you.
Yeah, so the question is, do we need more than that? Do we want to define what those categories should be? Or do we just allow everyone to keep using categories based on what makes sense to them? I know my view, but I'll hold it back for now.
Okay, thank you. Then Saya.
So I just wanted to, excuse me for my voice. I just wanted to share a couple perspectives from what we've seen in Canada, because we have just gone through a project to revise our reporting model, and there were some proposals. We had a lot of outreach and feedback during the development of our new reporting model, and there were some proposals to add more subtotals and bottom lines. And there was really resounding feedback in Canada that users didn't want to see that because they found that really confusing. So they wanted a simpler statement of financial performance and a simpler statement of financial position. So that was just one thing we found during the outreach in Canada was simpler was better, and it was a little bit easier to understand. One unique thing that we did end up doing in Canada that might be something IPSASB might want to consider was for the statement of cash flows. We did add another subtotal there. And basically there was a subtotal of everything before cash flows from financing, and then isolating cash flows from financing activities in order to show how much of the public sector entities' operations are financed by financing by debt. So that was one thing that actually users thought would be very useful to highlight to make that that number very, very easy for someone to understand and to see how that was affecting the government's operations. So just two comments on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Saya. We in Switzerland have the same. We have a subtotal for presenting the cash flow before financing. So we probably came to the same conclusion in the past.
Yes, for sure.
So then I go into David, then Irv, and then Mariana.
Thanks, Claudia. I wanted to pick up on a point that Angela made about having a gap number at the bottom, which may be a good idea, maybe not. But I think one of the problems that we have with IPSAS generally is that, and this isn't just IPSAS 1, is it written for an individual entity or is it written for the consolidated level? And if we did pick up Angela's suggestion, then it's probable that the bottom line figure in an individual entity's statement of financial performance would be different to that you might be concentrating on in the consolidated level. Because you can see in a consolidated level that they might be interested in net worth or net debt. But for an individual public sector entity, that's not relevant because they're not responsible for raising the debt. So, I think we do need to be very careful, and it might be something you need to think about as you're looking at presentation of financial statements and trying to make it clear in certain areas, whether we're talking about, individuals or not. Because one of the things that, I don't know whether this is relevant for this, but I suppose it is categorization in a way. But, are you going to present by function or by nature? Now, if you're doing a consolidated set of financial statements, you probably want to present by function. Whereas if you're in an individual entity, which would actually only have one function anyway, you probably want to present by nature. So, I think we need to be very careful as we take this view forward.
We've definitely got a future discussion on nature versus function, but I'm curious and Angela's reactions to that when you've got to bring consolidated accounts together. If you've got individual entities doing nature, then whole of government doing function, how does that work bringing it together for consolidation?
Just to respond to David's point, I think it's an absolute excellent point. And in fact, I did check with Anthony before the session. I said all your examples were whole of government, which could be quite different from an agency who maybe have one revenue stream, which is a transfer from the centre. In a lot of gap accounts in our jurisdictional Australasia, we would do both nature and function. So function would be a sort of a note to nature, but it's an excellent point, and I think Ian alluded to it as well. And so again, whatever is proposed, we need to be really clear about whole of government or state versus individual agency. So I thank you for raising that.
Okay, thank you. Irv?
Well, if it were for me to decide, I would drop that project. No. Okay. What I think is that discussions could become highly technical at some point, but we also need to keep in mind a number of simple ideas. And the first one comes to my mind is that financial statements are meant for users. And this is absolutely basic. So they are meant for users, but between different jurisdictions, there are users that might look the same, but which are not, based on their governance, their administrative culture, operating culture, structures, etc. So if we want to provide for sort of a universal standard that would be applicable to the whole of the world, because we intend to have the whole of the world adopt the IPSAS framework, okay? We should not be too specific. My opinion about categorization has absolutely no value, because we are in the course of asking constituents their own views. So this is why I would really support the optional approach. Okay, because there are very huge differences between jurisdiction. You are granted the flexibility to decide what would be best for your users, and your users might not be the same in one jurisdiction to the other. as Scott said this morning, comparability should not be too much overestimated, because governments are different, and even governmental autonomous bodies in different jurisdictions are different. Now, the categorization proposed by ISB, is okay. Is okay. It addresses some concerns that are legitimate. But also the categorization that is currently in IPSAS 1 is also okay, because it also addresses the concerns of some preparers, considering the needs or the requests or the capacity of the users to understand what they provide to them. And again, I would also want to stress on a point that was made by Andrew this morning about understandability, not only understandability of what we are currently trying to deliver, but also understandability of the final presentation. Understandability walks hand in hand with relevance. When users are better prepared to understand the financial statements that are proposed if they are relevant and consistent with what they are trying to understand and get from the financial statements. So in the end, I think we are going down the right path by proposing, among the other options, the possibility to develop the presentation as ISB is currently trying to develop its own standard on presentation, but also the current IPSAS 1, and maybe the other one, the GFS. However, we should not lose track of one very, very critical point. That is, if we try, the first one I developed on difference between jurisdictions, but also if we try to set up a standard that would be a multi-purpose tool, multi-users tool, something that would address as well GFS requirements and the national administrative political governance organization and etc., we would probably fail, and they would not probably adopt the standard. And they would try, after 3 or 5 years, come back to the application board and say, well, this is not applicable. This just doesn't work.
Okay, thank you for this. Comments then, Mariana?
I am afraid to speak right now after his position on GFS, but thank you for having me. I would speak about from the GFS perspective, and my preliminary thoughts are that this presentation, change the presentation, would not help a lot with the consistency between GFS and IPSAS, and because in GFS the big picture for the flows and the big concern is to discriminate what is a transaction and what it is other economic flows, and transactions are in a way something that the government is deciding or driven by the government, while the other economic flows are something that it's given to the government, like shocks, external shocks, and these kind of things. And I cannot see here this distinction that would help us to combine the two. But also, I think it's very, very good point that was raised by David, if I am not wrong, about the consolidation. It's a big issue in the when we need to put together the data from the different entities and in the sector, in the central government sector. and maybe something with the in between within the sector would be helpful, but I don't know. And another thing is I think that the perspective that we have, both the IPSAS, the public accountants, and the statistics perspective could be different, but they try to conciliate and to bring consistency between both of us shouldn't mean that we need to change the meaning of the indicators that we are following. It's only a matter of give a sign of what is different, and this is, I mean, also with the budget, the accounting, and the GFS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Then Takeo, and then Renee has.
Me?
Takeo. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm also in a group of skeptics. My comment is very brief and a small one. There are some very public sector specific IPSAS like concessionary leases and concessionary loans. I'm wondering whether those combination of transfer expenses and interest are peacefully presented in a new IASB's plan. So that is my comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Final point.
I'm going to come in to say that I think we're already providing some flexibility. I think to your question, should we consider the mandatory presentation of the IASB? I don't believe we should. I think we need flexibility. I think many people around the table have provided different views on why flexibility is needed. In order to find a solution that is understandable to users of a particular jurisdiction at a particular level of government in a particular type of entity. I don't know how we could achieve that. Simpler is better. I'm repeating what's already been said, but I strongly believe it. And back to Scott's first point, I'm not sure there's something broken right now. We do offer that flexibility already. In a simplistic way, right? We don't create various options about flexibility, option A and B and C and D. And again, I worry about trying to direct preparers to what flexible option might be. But I think that's another question. I think to answer your first question is I don't think we should be strict in our approach.
Okay, thank you. I think we go down to the next task we have about the metrics.
Probably just a quick introduction because I didn't really cover this off in the presentation.
Okay, maybe the questions are, could the IPSAS board consider develop similar requirements for the disclosure of non-IPSAS based used in public communication to explain the public sector entity financial performance? What type of non-IPSAS performance measure should be used for disclose? So it goes all about this management defined performance measure. Before I open, I just wanted to give one flavor. I think management defined performance measure is probably not the best term for the public sector because normally it's defined by law and less by the management or the government. So it's in the majority of our performance indicators, like debt break, are given by law or by the parliament. So I'm wondering if really management defined performance in the measure are a suitable term. But that was only a first statement from you. So then I want to give to Angela.
Thank you, Claudia. Just on that very point, our legislation's slightly different. Our legislation requires the government of the day to be fiscally responsible, and there are a number of principles, and the legislation requires them to set a fiscal strategy every year, and with the long term and the short term in mind. And there's no requirement in legislation what metrics or what strategy. So it's a very principle based legislation, which I think probably is not that common in a number of jurisdictions. So there's a lot of management freedom to determine your fiscal strategy and your metrics in our jurisdiction, possibly in Australia as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, interesting to hear. We have it at least in the laws. Okay, so who wants to be the next? Liam? Oh, no, sorry, Joanne.
Yeah, I think the issue being addressed here is whether financial statements can be able to communicate to our users in a way in which they can understand our financial statements better. If we try to be too prescriptive on certain metrics, I think we remove that creativity from the preparers and be able to express themselves what underlining financial statements are saying, and going into that space might be a bit restrictive in that creativity. Thank you. So I propose that we leave it open. It's part of communication. It's part of the way preparers look at those financial statements, and they have a story to tell. Let them tell a story. Thank you.
It's just a question back on that to you. I tend to agree with everything you've said. If there's another type of performance measure that's used to communicate performance outside the financial statements, and that's communicated broadly, do you feel that should be reconciled in the financial statements? Or even mentioned in the financial statements?
You're saying there's another metrics for that?
If there's a metric that's reported outside the financial statements, should they reconcile that to financial?
Yes. I think we should, particularly because and a lot of it happens between accountants and economists. You find economists have other aggregates which can be useful in the financial statement, particularly at consolidated level. If we can bring in that information to be part to supplement what we already have in the financial statement, so long as they complement themselves, I think we should.
Good, so that means in favor, so I'm going for Liang. So sorry. Okay. Then Liang, then Scott.
Thanks, Scott. Actually, for this question, my view is that the entity, the management has the freedom if they want to present non-IPSAS based measure. But I think they should provide in the wider scope of financial report rather than in the financial statement, because the financial statement should be prepared in accordance with IPSAS. So if these non-IPSAS based measures is not defined by any IPSAS, actually you cannot, this financial statement is prepared in accordance with IPSAS. This is my view. And also from the point of view of auditor, if this non-IPSAS based measure are included in the financial statement, because the auditor should provide audit opinion on the financial statement as a whole. Actually, he may have no basis because these are not defined by IPSAS. So he may not have basis whether he can show audit opinion on this non-IPSAS based measure. This is my point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then Scott now.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I have a question, Anthony, first. From my understanding, they're not proposing a standard management they're just saying when management has these and reports them, this is how you do that. So that's what I'm trying to clarify by reading what was in your paper. Are they mandating a standard performance measure be done? Or are they just saying when management has one, they have to report it? I'm trying to understand how does it get in? So that's my triggering event here.
I think management's not the best term, but when management has one and it's
Okay.
communicated broadly to explain management's position on describing performance.
Right.
And then in those circumstances, so it's used in public communications. There's a whole lot of guidance around what the ISB means by public communications.
Right.
But if you tick that criteria, then you're required to reconcile that in the financial statement.
That's what I thought, because that's consistent. I mean, the issue is that you have a lot of companies making up non-GAAP measures. You mentioned it earlier, and so I guess back to
the ISB, where it gets more complicated is the ISB has limited it to a performance measure that's based on
the financials.
On the financials.
Right. Okay. But even the non-GAAP measures are theoretically based on that. Okay, so yeah, I guess I go back, Leanne. I'm not sure it's a financial statement. It's more of a financial reporting issue in my mind on that area. But to the extent that someone chooses to do that, and I actually think it would, whether it's legal or non-legal, I'd like to know what the leaders of the government are managing themselves to. And I think that's good information. That may not be financial statements, but it may be financial reporting information. And to the extent that they do report it and it is based on accounting information, it should be reconciled.
Okay, thank you. Then, David?
Thank you. I mean, I agree with Liang and Scott that this is more of a financial reporting matter, and I would just remind us that we've got RPG3. So I think we've probably got enough.
Thank you. Then, first, no, Renee, and then Angela. I'm not sure. Irv, you also in? Okay. Okay, then after. No, you're. Yeah. No, so at first it's Renee.
So, yeah, I know we have RPG3. I know it may be, a matter of financial information, but the core financial statements are usually the only statements that get the attention of users in the short term. And the experience with our Canadian government is that they very much wanted to make that distinction between what management has control over and what are those other economic phenomena or other transactions, the gains and losses that really are outside the control of decision makers. And because of that, they chose to present their statement of financial performance in a certain manner with certain subtotals. So again, if we offer that flexibility, then we are catering to the needs of users. So I'm not sure that we're not already providing the proper flexibility.
The new element would be if we offer that flexibility and we follow what the ISB's done, should there be a reconciliation to that in the financial statements? So if management have a performance measure that excludes A, B, and C, should that be explained? And it's in the financial
In
statements?
my example, it's done in the face of the financial statement, so it already reconciles. It's a subtotal. They're using a subtotal approach to get there, but you still the bottom line, the GAAP bottom line. I think it's you, Angela, that referred to. There should be a required GAAP bottom line. Has to be annual surplus deficit, which is measured using the IPSAS principles. So in my example, it's being done through subtotals on the face of the statement. So it reconciles by design.
Yeah, and the ISB in there, what I've seen have been very clear that if it's on the face and you can get it from the financial statements, no more disclosure is required.
Okay, then next is Angela.
Thank you. I think Liang's point about assurance is really critical. My experience is that because the auditors like to assert compliance with a gap, they like to know which page numbers to assert against. And I think at an agency level, each agency in our jurisdiction would do a lot of service performance reporting, RPG3. And I had to just look that up. I forgot which number it was, but it is 3. So service performance reporting is in our jurisdiction anyway, a very important part of an individual agency's position. In our jurisdiction, the whole of government accounts is not required to do a service performance report. And that's another discussion and debate. But therefore, if we just focus on whole of government for the minute, although I appreciate this project is not just about whole of government, management commentary, or whoever's prepared them, commentary becomes very critical in terms of supporting the financial statements. And the auditors in our jurisdiction, while they don't audit the management commentary, which is about did we achieve the fiscal strategy and the metrics that were chosen in advance, they always check for consistency. And for many years, we had a subtotal on our financial statements within the pages the government audited, and revenue less expenses equaled a subtotal before some gains and losses. A few years ago, they absolutely insisted we remove that subtotal from the financial statement pages 20 to 100, even though that was the government's key fiscal metric. So that appeared in the commentary, and they allowed it because it was purely a mathematical revenue less expenses. But when you go to our financial statements now, users find it very frustrating that they have to do the maths to get the subtotal. So I think the assurance point and compliance with is a really critical thing to be aware of as we move through the project. And perhaps I'm not wanting to add to the scope, Anthony, but the ISB have also done a lot of work around management commentary. And so hand in hand with a performance story is a management's, what they've held themselves out to be accountable for. It's very much part of the storytelling with the financial statements. So where that line ends is of great interest to auditors.
If you can recall, without going into too much detail, the auditors asking you to remove that, so they didn't see the flexibility in IPSAS that allowed for it?
It was actually through the COVID response when the government in New Zealand, for the first time in their history, entered into alternative monetary responses. We had never, unlike a lot of jurisdictions, we'd never done that. And there was great debate around the gains and losses on the bonds that the government bought up to intervene in the market. And we couldn't agree whether that was above subtotal or below the subtotal. I think the auditors believed it should be above because it was an integral part of cabinet decision making, where we felt it was below. And to solve the debate, the subtotal came out. So it's just that I guess I don't really want to get into the specifics, but the assurance can drive quite a lot of behaviour in practice. So being conscious of it, I think, is the key.
Okay, thank you. Then Irv, then Karen, and then Patricia. So Irv, please.
Well, I'm always personally suspicious with management designed indicators. Well, that's an auditor's experience there, of course. What I would say is that definitely it would not cater the user's need. It would cater the management need for communication. Well, the illustrative example that is given in the paper is fine, but we could also think of adjusted figures with adjustments that would only serve, I mean, the communication of the entity. So fine in the private sector, not as fine in the public sector. Not that in the public sector, management would not have the temptation to manipulate, not window dressing the figures, but window dressing the communication that is borne by the figures. And in the public sector, communication on financial statements, financial reports, etc., is so close to political interests that I'm not blaming political interest. I mean, it's a normal state of I mean, of operation in the public sector, but it is also a very gray area where you don't know exactly where you're going. So if we open the door, then we could have, well, legitimate adjustments and other manipulated window dress adjustments. So I would say, okay, just do not open the door, leave it closed, and no, indeed, as we have the service performance report, let it be in the service performance report, which is not mandatory, which is recommended, and then we see who will, I mean, not audit, but assess what is in the service performance report. I would say I would probably be more confident with a service performance report that would be, I mean, a mix of narrative and figures taken out of the financial statements in the state as they are, than having a note with a very specific management performance figures that are in the financial statement themselves. And as you say, it's very difficult for auditors to I mean, to audit these sort of sets of subtotals or very specific totals, totalization in financial statements, because then it takes all the light. It takes all the light. And why does it take all the light? Because management wants to communicate on that. This is the main intent with establishing those management design performance indicators. This is it.
Okay, thank you for the statement. So then Karen, please.
Thank you very much. Look, I think that this is an area that is worth investigating as part of the consultation paper. I mean, I agree with the points around flexibility and that they should exist. I too don't like the word management defined, but that's by the by. But many governments do make commitments in terms of fiscal strategy, and those are the numbers that they talk about. It's not straightforward because governments can change their fiscal strategy and the numbers that they care about. So you could have one number one year and a different number, another year. And I think that is problematic. I note the point about RPG3, but as has been said, that's the recommended practice statement. It's not a requirement. So I think that is the point that is worth considering, that if the government regularly using metrics to explain performance, then I think that there is potentially a legitimate set of information about how do those metrics relate to the audited financial statements. And that might be information that is useful to readers, because certainly I've seen situations where the government is saying everything is great and it's hunky-dory based on the metrics that they're using, but if you look at the financial statements, they present a different story. And so I think being able to explain that, and at least ensuring through the audit process that the basis of that has been looked at could have merit. But I think it is not a straightforward area, because there is a question about, well, when is one of these metrics a metric that you should measure, and what about how the subsequent changes to that, which happens when governments change and they change their fiscal strategy. So I think it's an area that is worth exploring as part of the consultation paper, but I don't know that there's necessarily an easy answer to it. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, it seems that it's not that obviously then the first question where we have more or less the same idea. So Patricia, then?
I think it Karen present my point. I think my suggestion is come back a little and understand the problem, because in private sector the problem is related to, I don't know if manipulation, my result management, because the remuneration is based on profit. And then I think you understand a little more the motivation for the IPSASB established this project, and understand in which area that in the public sector we can have or may have the same problem. Maybe in how when I present the fiscal results. Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then Indra, you want to respond again?
Thank you. I very much agree with Karen, and I just wondered, did the board have an opportunity to think about getting messages into the consultation paper around the connectivity between gap financial statements? And what I mean by that is, because the project is currently focused on IPSAS 1 around the performance statement, surplus deficit in an accrual statement is just one of many important gap fiscal numbers. The balance sheet, really critical. And particularly I was interested in a metric that we have in our jurisdiction, but is on the face of the Australian presentation of the performance statement, which I believe was adding the impact of purchasing fixed assets and infrastructure. And I think the cash metrics within the financial statement, so I'm within GAP, and some of the linkages between an annual operating and the balance sheet, there's some really important overall fiscal performance within the whole financial statements, all three. And I just wondered if there was an opportunity to remind or bring out the sort of sense that just focusing on one gap measure, like surplus deficit on an accrual basis, is only a very small part of the performance story of the government.
Okay, maybe I would like to add, as you mentioned already, balance sheet. So statement. We're only talking now about statement of financial performance, but the balance sheet should be also considered, especially, I think, net debt. We have several meetings with the IMF and World Bank. I think there was a focus on how calculating the right net debt figure, even in the GFS communique. So maybe that might be a suitable measure, I think, for the balance sheet to configure, to think about if that could be a measure what it's an all balance sheet. So maybe before I come to Takeo, last, could you think about what do you expect to have the master criteria in the financial statement? So just given, I will give you some time to think about, or if you like.
No, thanks. Excellent question. No, actually, when we looked at this issue, we hadn't really a good example of where we actually use management performance reports. We have something in the financial statement discussion and analysis part, RPG2, so another RPG. This is more, let's say, a description of the movement in the year. I think it's not really what this is about. So it's not in terms of performance, it's more descriptive. We don't, we do have a performance report, but that one is not linked to the financial statements. It's a separate document. It's basically where do we spend our money on and what are the impacts? So that would be also out of scope of this project. So from our side, as a preparer, I'm not sure we would really be impacted here. And for the Maastricht criteria, no, it's totally unrelated to our financial statements. So you mentioned the debt break, of course, of the debt criteria of Maastricht also in this direction, but it's simply not linked to our accounts. Therefore, we are a little bit separate. And yeah, I think we would not be that impacted, but I understand the points being raised here, of course.
Okay, thank you. Then Takeo, sorry for waiting.
Hi.
You should wait.
Thank you very much. My comment is not a comment, maybe just a question. Is there any possibility to affect segment reporting standard change regarding this? Because
I think that's one of the projects we have on the current work program, where we have in the exposure draft. There is one of the potential project of segment reporting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have still 4 minutes, so it's good. Yeah. So Scott.
Just an observation listening to the conversation, and I think we go back to the beginning, what's broke or what's not. Okay. So again, I think this is an area broken more in public companies reporting because of everything that they've done. But outside of performance information, which is not really covered in what we're going on here, I'm not sensing governments are out there putting a lot of information out there like that, okay, like public companies are, okay. But having said all that, there may be a standard for that. When you choose to do this, this is what you have to do, okay. So I think there is definitely an opportunity to say, when you choose to do this, this is what you have to do, but not a requirement. So that's kind of where I'm sensing we're going.
Yeah, I think that's might be a way. So Angela, again?
And just to agree, what is broke? But in my mind, I need to split the question between what is broke in an individual agency financial statement presentation and what is broke at the whole of government level. And there may be different responses, given that we've crossed a conversation between both. And I think, although we're writing one standard for all public sector agencies, I think when it comes to performance, that split is really important in my mind, in terms of where you might put most effort in this project.
And I'd just like to echo that. I think what came out very clear in this conversation, the difference between whole government and agency. Now, while that's not intended to be here, I think it is something worth bringing back up for discussion, because I mentioned earlier on the FASAB board that I was previously on, we actually do differentiate that. Okay, we actually highlight, well, most of the standards are written more from an agency perspective, and then we highlighted what was whole government. Okay, so there is a difference. And I think what this is underscoring is that exactly that point.
So we're exactly at time. That means we're waiting for the others coming back, or I'm not
No,
sure.
it's lunch.
It's lunch. Oh, much better.
You're holding up to lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Hope you had some good discussions. Looking forward to hearing the feedback. And I think, as previously advertised, what we'll do is we'll ask just one of the groups to give us some sort of top line, what came out of their conversation, and then ask the other groups to add to that. So maybe if you don't mind, on the first topic, Claudia, I might go to you, if that's okay to start off with.
If I could postpone it, Celine haven't give me the printout.
Okay.
50 keywords, so.
Celine's not here at the moment. She's just been upstairs.
No, she's picking up. She forgot.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So maybe Abdullah, maybe if we can go with you first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We had a very interesting discussions around it. And do I answer the two, or I go with the first one only?
If you do the first one, and then we'll ask the other groups to sort of add on that, and then I'll go to one of the other groups and maybe go to Claudia on the second one, and then ask the other groups to add.
Okay, sounds good. First, the process structure we didn't fully aligned with, only the operational part of it. We thought it might be beneficial, but again, we looked into it from a public sector perspective. If they look into the financing part with the debt, and sometimes if it includes some of the funding, giving that public sector entities sometimes get budget allocation, and that might be the way where they would allocate it. A very interesting discussion came up with regard to at entity level might not be applicable, but when you are reporting it on a consolidation level or the whole government level, that would be beneficial. Also, we discussed if you are having categorization in a way that is related to the discussion we had this morning regarding the approaches, because if you can align it in a way with the GFS categorizations in a way, that would be an idea. And again, like what was expected, if you can tie it up with the budget in a way, because budget is pretty much is the control or the start point for the public sector perspective. And I will just recap from one of the points that I said. We looked first in the users of the financial statements. We thought the parliaments, the politicians would like it to be on a functional, categorized by function, because that is the way where they understand it. Then we wanted to look into different users of the financial statements, and we had Edwin play like the good citizen. And we were trying to have the discussion, and again, from a perspective from a normal user or a citizen, they would be looking into the functional level. They would want to understand how much was spent on education or health. So the functional categorization would be helpful. And we had one point about OCI, and with the name, we thought it has to be changed, because it would be better to change it, especially with the income part of it. It could be named differently, but again, we could put the non-controllable items within the OCI, whatever is non-controllable by the public sector. That could be a nice way where you can have it. And yeah, I would stop there. That we had other different discussions about experiences from different countries, and that played nicely in the argument that we put together. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Abdullah. Some good points raised there. So the other groups, Todd, was Todd one of them? Yeah, Todd. So if you can just sort of add anything from your group.
Thanks, Ian. I think, we certainly started with it makes sense to align with IFRS to the extent that works, but sort of quickly got into a conversation around very much ensuring that the categories and subtotals that we end up with have meaning to the public sector users. And so not necessarily going with the categories or subtotals that the IASB has landed on. But one that we did have a lot of discussion around was coming up with a sensible net surplus or deficit from operations, and really thinking through what needs to sit in the revenue and expense side of that to come up with something meaningful. And I think from the little that we understood of where the IASB was getting to, we were concerned that going with purely their approach wouldn't necessarily give us meaning from a public sector perspective in terms of the operational side, because of public sector differences. In terms of modifications to the IASB requirements, some of the things that we discussed there were things like, we're going to have quite big challenges, I think, around chart of account type issues when it comes to consolidation. We also had a discussion around the linkage between the performance statement and the cash flow statement, and the extent to which that could be helpful to our users. And that's probably enough from me.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Andrew?
So we also had a discussion and thought that it would be a useful starting point to use IFRS 18. We didn't really see any public sector reason to depart from that. Did note that it perhaps wouldn't apply to all entities within the public sector. So depending on the different levels, and if you had a specialist sort of a role, a central bank or something like that, there may need to be different categories devised for that. And whether we do that like IFRS 18, where it's stated as an exception, and this is the amendments you make, or you develop a more principle-based approach, we thought Anthony could have some fun with that. We thought in terms of, would this be the mandated sort of categorization versus the default? We actually viewed this as saying this would probably be communicated as a default and a highly encouraged format, but that it wouldn't be mandatory. And so if an entity or a jurisdiction did want to depart from that and use a different basis, we would actually permit that. We'd rather have people adopt use accrual basis accounting and not have this sort of do any form of a prevention for as a disincentive to adopt. We, in terms of the subtotals, thought that we would allow subtotals within the operating section and not necessarily be too prescriptive about those. There were a couple of different views in our room around, excluding depreciation and amortization or other items to reconcile to budgets and other metrics, etc. So we would allow subtotals within the operating section. The one we would prohibit, though, is that you wouldn't be allowed to create some sort of a subtotal where it excludes abnormal or unusual sort of an item. That one we thought should be a prohibit. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So Claudia, any additional feedback on that first question? Then I'll go to you to start the ball rolling on the second one.
Yeah, thank you. Our group came to the following conclusion. At first, we believe IPSAS 1 is already appropriate and provides sufficient flexibility, which means what we've discussed in the morning. We want to keep flexibility, but we agreed on that the IFRS aligned option should be an option, but not mandatory, to keep flexibility and principle. And we want to keep principle based. That means we don't see much subtotals. We think subtotals more cause confusion, and we get a response, keep things simple, supports more the users. And we figure out that it might be difficult to differentiate between investing and financing activities depending on the entities and level and their responsible and operational model. And what already we came to the same conclusion that it might be different between the different entity levels, government level, consolidation level, and we should make sure which group we want to prepare our standards? Are they only for consolidated level, or if they should be also usable for the principal financial statements?
Thanks, Claudia. Anthony, any sort of particular observations, or you're happy to go on to question 2?
Happy to go to question 2.
Okay. So, Claudia, back to you to open up on question 2.
Okay. Then the next regarding the management defined performance measure, the majority support that performance measure should be presented in the general public financial reportings then, instead of in the general public financial statements. Well, we saw it especially a problem of the auditing of non-IPSAS figures, especially if the figures have a mixture between budgeting or cash and accrual based, and that makes it much difficult to get an audit opinion, because then they have also to approve cash-based accounting. Furthermore, we believe more flexibility would be better for the users, and we have already RPG 3, where we have performance indicators, and there should be a better link there. What we see, it could be an option if someone wants to have measurements or measures on the financial statements, then they should follow some certain principles of the standard, for example, to reconcile these. And then we have the same issue with if it's on consolidation level or on entity level, there might be different requirements from these methods.
Great, thanks. Abdullah, anything to add to that?
We've pretty much aligned with what was said, because 2 points that I would add to that, because we didn't think it would be fit in with the financial statement. It might be with the general purpose financial reports. And one of the things that came up was like could be leading to a more of rule base, and that's what we didn't want to get into. The other thing that we discussed about the maturity curve for public sector jurisdiction or the jurisdictions, and they didn't want to add an audit burden for auditing them. And the last thing, we thought if an entity would want it to report some of the measures, performance measures, RPG 2 could serve that purpose. Yeah.
Thanks. Andrew, maybe go to you and then to Todd.
So we also thought it would be appropriate to adopt the guidance on management defined performance measures, but to limit this to financial indicators only. We have a lot of non-financial indicators, I guess, in public sector, and we didn't think it would be appropriate to scope those in. In terms of the placement of the reconciliation with the financial statements or a line item in the financials, we thought that should go with the metric as opposed to the proposals that the ISB currently has.
Great, thanks. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. We were clear that the IPSASB shouldn't be defining themselves any of these measures, but we acknowledge that it can be helpful in some circumstances for management-defined performance measures that are related to the financial statements. And we had quite a discussion around the boundaries here, because an entity that produces a general purpose financial statements may also produce a whole lot of other things that they issue, and we don't want to get caught up in all of these other things that might get issued, like debt reports or all sorts of other things getting caught up here. So this is only around management defined performance measures related to commentary around financial statements, but we're very much of the view that they should be allowed, but there would be the need for the level of transparency around why and how they are calculated as per the IASB. We also had a bit of a discussion just in terms of when we think about the public sector context, just about the long-term nature. So sort of going to the RPG 1 side of things, that public sector is quite different around that long-term focus, and maybe some thinking around how that should fit in around some of this management defined performance measures side of things.
Okay, that's great. I mean, I think that has been, that's two very rich discussions there. And I think, as somebody said, that certainly means Anthony's not going to be underemployed. Any immediate sort of thoughts on what you've heard, Anthony?
I think just starting, just thank you to all the board members for the contributions and the discussions. Having the discussions of this nature at this stage is incredibly useful as we navigate our way through this. So thank you for that. I'm looking forward to looking at all the different notes, and I'll work through that. So just thank you.
Okay, that's great. No, I mean, I think, having these discussions at this stage in the project is clearly very helpful, and I think we've got a number of other key issues that we're going to need to discuss. So I think with I think having seen what's come out, I think we should use those on a sort of targeted basis as we start to kind of surface thinking about various different areas and issues and so on, because there's a lot of different things to think about in this project. And I think the more we draw on the collective resources and experience that we have as a board and technical advisors and observers, I think that's really going to stand us in good stead. So, Anthony, anything else you need from us at the moment? Then, okay, good. Thank you very much, everyone. Great start. So, with that, we now, as previously advertised, move back to item 7, and welcome Christoph back to the table. So just make the switch. Okay, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everyone in the room and online. My time to present agenda item number 7. Just want to get the clicker here. Hopefully, through the preparations that members and TAs did for the meeting this week, you quickly realize that even though there are a lot of agenda items, their substance and their content didn't take you hours to work through. So I will be taking us through the 6 agenda papers. Some of them have a cross-reference. Item number 5 and number 2 do refer to number 6, but I will address that as we get to that. Just a brief history again, and I want to tag on to Edwin's session earlier in the week on the main project of natural resources. I think, again, the reminder is that the papers that I'm presenting today does stem from the original natural resources project, how the board has scoped it, and through the project brief, the consultation paper, and subsequent decisions, we've kept the title of the project just under the IFRS 6 alignment heading, but it naturally does include IFRIC 20. And just at this juncture, we have to note that actually the two parts don't really need each other from an accounting perspective. They are separate parts to accounting for mineral resources. So there's no necessity for these standards to be linked, but they are part of natural resources from that perspective. So just noting the history there up front, and through the development of the exposure drafts, and I'm using the plural because in September
the board decided, as a reminder, that we will explore IFRIC 20 as a separate exposure draft to that of IFRS 6 alignment, simply because of that very point that I made, that they actually do not fit together nicely as was previously proposed, and therefore bringing two exposure drafts to the meeting this week. The first one being the alignment to IFRS 6, and the second, the alignment to IFRIC 20, which I will elaborate on in just a bit. The plan is that we do ask the board for approval of both exposure drafts today. We have already given them numbers, ED 86 and 87, respectively. And then we will be finalizing and issuing these EDs in Q2 of the next year, which is around the corner. I will move on, and then I will take each paper with comments. Firstly, in terms of IFRS 6 and the development of the draft, exposure draft 86, we the board has asked staff to go away. And maybe I should just add there that the task force on natural resources was not involved, and nor were they expected to be involved in the preparation of these two exposure drafts. So this was a staff project on our own. In September, the board did ask us to consider specifically certain bases of conclusions. Firstly, the applicability of IFRS 6 in the public sector. That is found within agenda item number 7.3.1 BT 4 to 7 in terms of what the applicability is. And as indicated in agenda item, let me just quickly go there myself. In 7.2.1, we are saying to the board that based on the history of the consultation paper, as well as the project brief and the inclusion of IFRS 6 as part of the natural resources project, we do believe that this guidance is needed in the public sector, especially as we are seeing in practice that public sector entities do enter into arrangements with the private sector to explore and evaluate mineral resources, and therefore want to extract those, but obviously can also look at it from their own perspective, and that entities in the public sector, where they are in such arrangements with the private sector, would be challenged if the accounting is not aligned to that which is allowed in the private sector. The respondents generally agreed with this position, and therefore we are stating that the applicability in the public sector remains sound and is on good footing, even though, and that will come to the next basis of conclusion, which I will elaborate on, even though there's an apparent inconsistency between IFRS 6 and the IASB's conceptual framework, which leads us to say that there's also inconsistency with our own conceptual framework. But before I run to that, just another point to note, that as noted in the paper, the board of the IASB concluded its project on natural resources or extractive activities. They have concluded that they will not change IFRS 6 for the private sector. They've even removed the temporary exemption to make it a permanent exemption. And that in itself confirms that the guidance of IFRS 6 will remain appropriate and applicable even to the private sector, and to tag along on that would remain appropriate for us in the public sector as well. That leads me to the second part of the basis of conclusions, also asked by the board in September, just to elaborate on. Again, in item 7.3.1, we can find that in BC 8 and BC 9. The apparent inconsistency starts with the point of, do I have an asset? Because exploration and evaluation, that phase of a mine and extractive activities, doesn't necessarily mean that the entity can look forward to economic benefits, because that is to be established through the process of exploring and evaluation. However, that is where the IFRS 6 actually then came in because of the practice that existed in the mining industry. But for the foreseeable future, then IFRS 6 it's still going to be with us. Those inconsistencies, we believe, in the public sector will not be detrimental to the information needs of users, and we believe that it does. It is outweighed by the potential good information that this information then includes, and that is what we try to capture in those bases of conclusions. The last matter on this paper is that because we are asking the board.
I think at this stage, what I might just ask for is just because the BC material is obviously new since the board saw the item last time round, and I think, having had your very useful explanation there, I think I just want to check whether there were any questions or concerns from the board about what is covered. I think if there are any drafting points, we can take those offline. But I just want to check at this stage whether there are any questions or concerns from the board over what's on page 12 and the top of 13 in item 7.3.1. So Patricia, I think you were marginally ahead of Todd there.
Thank you. My question is about the BC 5, because BC 5 indicate that some public sector entities prefer to enter in exploration and in extractive activities rather than the traditional mine licensing or royalty agreements. But in the main text in paragraph 5 and paragraph 6, there is an important point in the time to decide about the expenditures. That is a emission of or the acquisition of legal rights. And I think it's needed to better articulate the text in the core text in the BC, because I think the acquisition of the acquisition of legal rights, it's not the main point here, because normally government has the power to explore. It's not need to obtain the license. I think the paragraph BC 5 it's okay, but the core text no. It's my question. Thank you.
Christoph.
Yes, thanks, Patricia. Yeah, so we are looking at paragraph 5 as a specific aligned paragraph to IFRS 6, but we are perhaps not saying very clearly that this is dependent on there being some form of a license arrangement. On reflection, legal rights for me also includes that government has the legal authority or entitlement that can be challenged otherwise to explore. It does not require a license. It's not my industry that I am very familiar with, but I believe that the descriptor in 5A, that when the entity has obtained the legal rights, if that legal right always exists for the government, then the development, the exploration and evaluation phase would naturally follow for an entity to consider the extraction of mineral resources. What we can potentially then do is, rather than to expressly refer to that in the BC better than what we're trying to say in the core text, to try and change that.
Ross, to you as somebody who is a mining industry expert or previously was, so.
I wouldn't want to call myself an expert, but I have done a little bit of it. So I think you were asking, do we need 5A? Is what you were actually asking, because the governments are different and they'll probably have the legal right. So this is more of a scoping paragraph to tell you that you can't apply this if you don't have the legal right. So if you don't have the legal right, you can't be applying IFRS 6 to potentially capitalize costs. And it's putting kind of the beginning and the end. So the beginning of when you can apply it with 5A and the end with 5B. So once you get to feasibility and commercial viability, you can no longer apply IFRS 6. So it's a very small portion of your activities and exploration evaluation when this standard applies, and then you move to other standards. So I don't think we can take that out for the public sector, because in some jurisdictions the legal right may exist. That's fine, then they would comply with 5A. They need to demonstrate that. And I just highlight, if you remember the KPMG presentation we had back here in June, when Dan and Christy were explaining how this works, they talked many times about how important demonstrating you have that legal right before you can recognize any expenditures as an asset. So in terms of 5A, 5B, I don't think there's any changes we should make. Should we better articulate that in an additional BC? Yes, we can do that. And make the point around the public sector legal right might be easier to demonstrate than in the private sector, but I think the entity would still need to demonstrate they legally have the right to explore and develop those properties.
Okay. You want to come back on that, Patricia?
Thank you. The definition in paragraph 6, exploration for and evaluation of, indicated that the search for mineral resource include mineral oil after the entity has obtained legal rights. I think in the perspective of private sector, when the entity obtain the legal rights, there is a commitment with the extractive activities. I think it's important to better elaborate can be the legal right, because my question is, some government has the legal rights, but there is no commitment to with the activity to explore the minor resource.
Yeah, I mean, I think though, I mean, we've had this before, that actually government is in a different place, but it doesn't necessarily have the legal right at a particular point in time to exploit. It can regulate or whatever, but I think there's a difference in mechanisms and so on, and I think that's probably what we would need to just articulate that.
Well, I think it's also, again, the commitment. We're talking about expenditures you've incurred that you want to capitalize. So there's no intent issue here. You wouldn't have the expenditures if you're not developing property. So the question is, do you have the legal right that you can defer those expenditures and capitalize those for when you get to development and production? That's why this guidance is here. So it's money you're actually spending to develop the property. So in developing a mining asset, an entity might start development before they have all the legal permits in place. So they can't start actually deferring those expenses until after they have the legal right. If governments have the legal right and they're spending money, they can defer. They comply with 5A. So I don't see any public sector difference here. They need the legal right, and you need to actually have expenses. You can't defer things you haven't expensed. This isn't talking about paying for licenses and things. This is drilling costs and, labor costs in developing a site. So it's not an intent basis. They're actually doing the work. If you don't have any work, you're not doing anything. You have nothing you could defer.
I mean, I think the point remains that we need something additional just in terms of the BC, which just articulates what we've just discussed. I don't, so there's no requirement to change the core text, but we need to just add that bit of thinking on the context there. Okay, Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I just wanted to raise an issue that's probably sitting in the underlying IFRS 6, but when I just read this cold, it sort of struck me that the way this reads, it sounds like you have to recognise this as an asset. So it doesn't clearly come across that there's a choice here to expense these costs, or you can recognise them as an asset. And it struck me that there is a choice here, and it's not coming through clearly that it's a choice. Whether we want to make any slight changes to the text, given that this is a IFRS alignment, I don't know. But it's something that I think we do need to ensure is clearly communicated to our constituent group. Because just reading this cold, I could easily get to the point in reading this that we're straight into measurement and recognition of these assets without it being clear that there is actually a choice. That could potentially be through our communication strategy, whether we need to put something in BCs if we don't want to make changes to the text. I just wanted to raise that because it did concern me that just reading this cold, you could land in the position that you recognise an asset for these things when it is a choice. And it comes through when you get even through to the comparison with GFS, where we're saying that both the IPSAS and the GFS require the assets to be recognised. So, you know, the narrative through here, it seems to be around requiring asset recognition.
So I think as a matter of principle, I can't see a public sector difference here. I think the question is actually about the explanation that goes with this. And maybe that actually is something that just needs to go. Ross, do you want to just...
Yeah, I think you could easily put a BC that just makes the point from a communication perspective that the entity has the choice. It can continue to expense or it can apply this standard to capitalize, and it's probably not much more than that.
Okay. Thanks. So I think on both of those, actually, if staff can work with the member concerned, both with Patricia on the first point and Todd on that point, in terms of the drafting for BCs. Lynn.
Yeah, just building on Todd's point a little bit. In the core text, paragraph 14, it in essence says that you make the choice based on what you think is most relevant to the economic decision-making needs. And I guess always when you see economic decision-making in the public sector, your antennae get raised and think, is it really economic decision making? So I just think we just ought to confirm we're happy with having economic in that paragraph, because it is actually saying that is how you choose. And I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong, because that might be what we want there. If that is what we want there, I think we need to make that decision consciously and explain it.
Ross.
So I do think we would want it because you're only really using this standard if you're developing an economic resource, so that, you know, and that's the whole purpose. You think there's a future economic benefit of building this mine. So you're spending money on it, you're going to recover that through future sales. So you're capitalizing. And if you don't have economics, so you stop development or you no longer think you've got a viable mine, you have to impair it anyway for that reason. So I think it should be there.
So just to come back, I agree with that. We don't explain that in the BCs. That's why we
Yeah, I mean,
draw
I can see
attention.
the point you're making, Lynn, that there's probably an additional sentence or something that's required around about BC6, BC7, which actually would make that point linked to the feedback from constituents that essentially this is where they're in a commercial arrangement, and therefore, so I think that's probably the place where we actually make that change or that addition. Okay, thanks for that. So any other comments on basis for conclusions then? Okay, so I think it's a case of just agreeing the drafting with the relevant members for those three changes on basis for conclusions, and then I think we just move on to the question about the specific matter for comment.
Yes, thank you, members. Ian, the next item then it's just as part of our standard process and consistent with previous alignment project EDs, we do include a specific matter for comment. In this case, we are asking constituents if they confirm with us that there are only limited departures from IFRS 6 in this instance is necessary for purposes of this project. So just to then wrap that up in terms of the recommendation that staff is bringing to the board for the approval, subject to amendments of the basis for conclusions, as well as the inclusion of this specific matter for comment in the exposure draft.
Okay, David, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, thank you. It's a question really probably for Ross, but basically we have not made any changes to the IFRS 6 because we didn't see any public sector specific needs to do so, except for our normal changes. So do we ask that? Because the way that SMC is written, do you agree that it's been modified? And that gives a sense to me that we've actually made some changes to the core text rather than just doing our normal topping and tailing, if you like. So it was just a question, is that the right way to ask the question?
So I think this is consistent with how we do normally ask, even when we don't have big changes. But when you look at it like that, I think, we could clarify that actual question that, do you agree with the terminology and other changes we've made? Just to be more specific, there's no major difference.
I mean, that feels right. And I'm sort of thinking, the analogy is probably with IFRS 5. Anyway, I think you're right, David. So we should just finesse that to make it clear. Okay. Any other points? So we've got that editorial change on SMC1. We've got agreed editorial changes that need to be made on the basis for conclusions. I think the question really for the board is there are no substantive changes in terms of the authoritative text. And really the question is the board content that the changes to BCs are made through the editorial process? And on that basis, are you content to move to a vote on approving the ED? I mean, I see nods on that, so maybe between staff, if you can take us into the formal approval process, then please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So that is agenda item 7.2.2. So based on the submission that a due process has been followed for the development of the ED up to this stage, starting with the project brief, the consultation period, where IFRS 6 considerations were specifically included in the text and feedback were received from constituents. And therefore, we believe due process was followed up to this point. And then finally, we are putting forward that there would be a normal 4-month exposure period.
Hang on a moment. You're getting too far ahead.
Yeah, let's do the vote.
Yes. So, Ross, I think just to confirm then in terms of due processes, program and technical director, you're content that due process?
Yes, due process has been followed, and I propose we go to a vote on exposing. I see Harvey Adrian's ready for the vote.
Okay.
Great. So everybody, those members who vote for approval of the exposure draft, please raise your flags and leave them up. And I see Kamira's raised her hand online, so just want to specifically note that Kamira is voting yes, so I'm going to count. $17 in the room, 1 online, that's 18. So ED is 86 is approved. Thank you.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you, members, for that approval. So, as I was trying to say, too quickly, we do propose a normal 4-month exposure period for the exposure draft, and that we will only expose ED86 at point when the natural resources exposure draft is ready for exposure. So we believe that, and that is something I'm discussing in 7.2.6, which if I can pause there for a moment.
Can we just check on the 4-month comment
Yes.
period? Is everyone content that it's a normal 4-month comment period? Because I'd just like to open up that discussion about, because comments have been made to me that actually there isn't necessarily a linkage or a direct linkage with natural resources, and actually, therefore, do we need to wait? Could it just go out on its own? And I'd just be interested in any views on whether there is a need to wait or whether we, Ross.
So I can tell you that we've thought about this a lot. And the reason we were originally proposing to put all these together is, although they're not directly related to each other, they are topically related. And we did get feedback last year about volume of consultations our board's been putting out and getting resources from national standard setters and governments to actually together to respond. So we thought, if there's a 3-month lag, why not put it out with natural resources where we're likely to get good engagement with the main ED, and that'll get people responding to the other 2 minor EDs. That being said, with the decisions we've made on natural resources earlier in the week, with a 6-month gap, it's questionable, a little more questionable whether we actually want to wait 6 months to get this out or whether we take advantage of a relatively calm window and put this out along with the one that we're going to discuss next. I'd say no strong staff view on this. There's merits to both. But probably a little more of a consideration than initially when we wrote the paper because of the longer gap to when we can expect the main ED.
Thanks, Ross. Lynn, next up.
So I don't see that we need to wait. I don't see why we don't get on with it. In doing so, though, I think you just need to communicate this is the first of a package. Otherwise, the first thing we're doing on natural resources is how to account for their exploitation. We just need to just think about the messaging, but I do think we should get on with it.
Thanks, Lynn. Does anybody disagree with the sentiment that Lynn's expressed there? Okay. I think that's a point well made, that we communicated as, this is the first part, and we make it very clear. And I think in many respects, actually, we know that later on in the year, we're likely to have the need for input on natural resources, also on sustainability, and therefore, in many respects, actually, although we need to do this, actually getting it through earlier probably is helpful from a constituent point of view as much as anything. Okay, that's good. So remind me, is there anything else we need to do from a due? Okay, so we need to move on to ED86.
Thank you, Chair. So next agenda item is IFRIC 20, the alignment there. The first question that we are discussion that we want to bring to the board is specifically on the decision by the board to look at this guidance as a separate exposure draft, but then its placement as guidance as an IFRIC in the private sector, where is the best place to put it? So we firstly considered what does IFRIC 20 say from a accounting perspective. The first thing that one sees when you go through the IFRIC is that there are 2 types of benefits that is acknowledged by the Interpretations Committee that can result from these stripping activities in a surface mine. The benefits can either arise from the fact that new mineral ore is extractable from this surface clearing operation and the waste, as the mines call it, and therefore there's inventory that can result from it. The second benefit that is seen is that it improves access to future ore deposits as well in that process. In the first instance, IFRIC 20 guides us to IAS2, which is IPSAS 12, our equivalent. And in the second, it is guiding us to either the property, plant and equipment or the intangible assets standard, because it depends on the current assets that the entity has already recognized. We have to remember that this stripping activity is happening during the production phase of a mine. So we already have assets established for producing the mineral ore. Where we as staff have landed on is that we think the inventories IPSAS 12 would be best placed to include this guidance into. And we have argued it from the perspective that the stripping activity in the first instance may create additional inventory. Therefore, the cost associated with reducing inventory is a direct cost that we know IPSAS 12 asks us to capitalize against the cost of inventory. Where in the second instance, where we are creating an asset that increases the access to ore, that is recognized, even that asset, it's exploited, and therefore its amortization or depreciation becomes part of the production cost of inventory, the minerals that we are seeking through an indirect way. And therefore, production overheads get capitalized. So in both instances, the cost benefits that we recognized upfront find its way into the cost of inventories. And from that perspective, staff believe that the placement of the guidance as part of IPSAS 12, as an appendix to IPSAS 12, is most appropriate, and ask for the board's views on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Christoph, for outlining that. Just any disagreements then with staff recommendation that we add this to IPSAS 12? No, I think we agree with your conclusion. Oh, sorry. Noyati.
Yes, I agree with the stuff that we need to have a guidance in IPSAS 12 because I think at this moment of time there is should be a clarification about the recognition between the cost which is go to the cost of inventory and the one that is for access the ore. I think there should be a clarified the boundaries between those. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Nuriati. I think what we did struggle as staff as well initially was there is also the non-current asset element, those benefits that exist, and would we not have to replicate the guidance in other standards? But we know that we read our IPSAS as a suite when we prepare, and therefore the guidance suitably would fit with IPSAS 12 and then cross references to IPSAS 45, etc. for further recognition.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I think, as you said, there isn't an ideal location, but with those cross references, then that should work. Patricia.
I'm not sure that is a better location, because there is another interpretation, and the way it's always connect with interpretation with one IPSAS. Sometimes the freaks said about other elements and not specifically about one element.
Yeah.
I think it is this case, because in this case is inventory, non-financial assets. It's not about specifically about only this, but I think it's a direction for the way that you consider it, or you locate the freak in IFRIC in the other in other IFRICs in the literature. Maybe it's easy to locate in different set as IFRS does.
Well, I think we have a convention that we add to our existing standards. We don't have the equivalent of IFRIC. And I don't think we should set that precedent, acknowledging that there is a problem over location. So I think in this case, what staff has said is the least worst option, if you like, in terms of a location in standards is in the inventory standard. It's not perfect, but that doesn't justify us creating a separate series of guidance. So I think unless you have a recommendation that you want it in another IPSAS, then I think this is probably about the best solution we're going to get. Ross?
Yeah, so it's not as clean as some of the other IFRICs we've picked up that clearly sit in one standard. But we thought it would most IPSAS 12 because you're talking about things that become future inventory costs. It also goes in line with how we like to do things in terms of putting guidance at the first IPSAS, sequentially you're going to hit. So IPSAS 12 comes before the other IPSAS as well. So it's not perfect, but I think it's better to put it there all together in one coherent piece of guidance than try to put it in multiple places or to locate it further in the IPSAS. Again, it's not adding anything that's not already in the IPSAS. The IFRICs are just pointing out principles that are already there and how to apply them.
And I think that's probably why we went with that convention in the first place, actually. Liang.
I should agree. If we do not want to have a new section of standard or interpretation in our system, and technically maybe IPSAS 12 maybe the most relevant standard for this new guidance. But I just wonder as a normal reader to read the whole handbook when all of this guidance have been issued. How do you feel about when he reads IPSAS 12 inventory, then he find appendix about this. This one should be very specific, and normally people may not use this until if he will deal with mining industry. So my feeling is that when people look at this appendix, he will feel very confused why it is here. So my suggestion may be not very technical, but from practical perspective, maybe it could be also synced to put as appendix to this one, the last one, the IFRS 6 equivalent IPSAS. Definitely, it is not technical correct, but maybe it will be easy to use from practical perspective. Thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, so if you'll remember back to September, that's what staff originally had. And the board very strongly told us it has no relation to IFRS 6, move it away from there. And maybe some of the other members who thought strongly can come in here because we got a bit of a lash-in for that at the last meeting. So I'd say we can ask an SMC on that. Where do you think we should put it? Because I do think it is a location issue. It doesn't fit great anywhere. It does help for those entities that are doing open pit mining. If they are in the public sector and they want to do what's called deferred stripping, it tells you how to do it. And it's very useful. I have used it before. So, I do think if there's public sector application of this should be in our guidance. If it's a location question, let's add one more SMC on that, because I don't want to be bouncing around and having a discussion on where it should go. And, we have gone different ways on this. So I do think IPSAS 12 is the right place.
Scott.
I'm going to agree. I used to do a lot of strip mining, audit strip minings. If you don't do strip mining, you don't know where to look for it. But if you do, or if you are involved in strip mining, you know it's part of inventory. So I would agree. If you will put an SMC, fine. But people that are involved in strip mining know it's part of inventory.
Okay, so I think Ross's suggestion is probably the right way forward. That we ask an SMC, which is about we've located it here. If you don't agree with that, what would you propose and why? So it's a standard question from us, and I'm assuming from due process that if we got real pushback and people said it should be part of your IFRS 6 aligned IPSAS, that's fine. We can add it there if we get strong feelings that that's the right place. Okay, so if we're okay that we proceed with this, and in some respects, actually, that just underlines why it's probably better as a separate ED, because that underlines that choice. So if we're okay that we propose to move ahead, then as an appendix to IPSAS 12, but we add the SMC. Okay, Christoph.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. In terms of item number 2.4, hearing then also the last point, we have included, as with the IFRS 6 alignment, ED 86, also a specific matter for comment, taking David's point on board in terms of how we phrase that question. It's phrased the same as with ED 86 at this juncture, so we will apply accordingly. Adding this SMC on placement as well is what we are asking the board for approval. But to add in this instance, because we moved the IFRIC 20 guidance out of the previous exposure draft that we brought in September, we have moved it to its own exposure draft, as you now rightly know, and therefore there are more changes that happened to the document than what we previously brought to the board. So the other changes obviously include consequential amendments to other standards that have been included. And in this instance, because of the placement with IPSAS 12, those amendment paragraphs have been included in item 7.3.2. But the appendix A that we have included as an amendment then to IPSAS 12 is the same appendix that you saw in September. So from the core text perspective, if we talk just about the aligning the IFRIC, nothing has changed in that regard. What has changed was the consequential amendments and transition paragraphs that can be found on page 4 of the document, as well as the basis for conclusions. Because of the decision by the board to include it into IPSAS 12, we had to consequently include basis for conclusions, which will be added to should constituents come back with other views. But this is what we are proposing to the board as the other revisions to this now standalone exposure draft for consideration, please.
Okay, any points anybody wants to raise about those additional consequential amendments that have been added because of the way we're treating it? Claudia.
It's more something additionally. I sent it also to Christoph, just let you know that I proposed to add in BC regarding taking the BC from the IFRIC standard, which explains where this interpretation refers to extraction of mineral ore. It applies equally to surface mining activities used to extract other natural resources, because that makes it clear that it's broader. Normally, we are not using the BCs from IFRIC, but I think in this case it would be helpful.
Ross.
just to note, what staff agreed with Claudia on this, that would be an additional BC to make that clear that it could be applied wider and bring in that specific wording from the IFRIC.
Okay. Not seeing any flags up to disagree with that. Okay.
Thank you, members. Then over to due process. Again, reiterate that the same point of departure, project brief, and then the consultation included consideration of IFRIC 20 guidance. And with that, then hand over to Ross.
So I assert that the board's been following due process effectively on this project, and ask members that agree to approve this to please raise your flags. Just to note explicitly that Camille has raised her hand online. Count 17 in the room, 1 online. That's 18-4. The ED 87 is approved.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. So then exposure period.
Oh, sorry, let me go back. Yeah. So it means, therefore, looking at this ED along with ED 86 and the comments on ED 86, that getting it done is what we are also going to aim for in this regard. 4-month comment period, which is aligned then to 86 and which will be expected to be aligned with 88 as well. So in terms of comment period, but the publication, not as we are recommending currently on the slide, but to bring that forward.
So just to clarify, it's ED 86 and
Yes,
ED 87.
87, that's correct.
And I think the point that would go along with that was Lynn's point on communication. Yeah. Okay. Everyone okay with the 4-month period? Okay, that's good.
Thank you. And I think the last agenda item really has been effectively discussed. This was just the arguments for why we wanted to keep it together, but that's been overruled.
Yep. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much, Christoph. So we now move on then to the sort of IFRIC alignment projects in terms of narrow scope amendments, and welcome Eileen to the board table. Thanks, Christoph.
Okay, hi everyone. Good afternoon. So I know I'm the last session that keeps you from the very important task force meetings that will be happening today. So I will try to be as efficient as possible with the time that remains. Primarily, this is to introduce one of the decisions that the board made in September to start looking at the IFRIC and SIC interpretations that have been issued but have not yet been considered by the board. And there's about 7 in total. And so what we wanted to do today is to quickly showcase what we intend to do in terms of having a standardized process to analyze each of these interpretations, thinking about where the guidance would go and how we want to bring it in, where it is applicable for the public sector, and also to showcase using that process and approach for one of the interpretations. So with that, I'm going to kick it off with the first paper. In total, there were about 7 interpretations that the board agreed to take on, which are listed here. And the appendix in the paper did provide a very high-level summary of what the intention was for that for each of those interpretations. And now the analysis process was an area where we wanted to make sure we were being as consistent as possible with what we've already done. Now, this was a little bit new to me, and I thought it was a good thing to also step back to remind the board as well, because when we're thinking about these interpretations, what they mean, what they're intended to, etc., it's important to remember that they are not intended to add, replace, revise any accounting principles that already exist. What the interpretations are intended to do is that the interpretation committee is providing these interpretations as a way of really clarifying how these principles are actually supposed to be applied as they're currently presented in the standards. And so the important part here is about clarification. So if we think about how the board has considered and incorporated different interpretations in the past, it has been a little bit more ad hoc. Sometimes it's part of our active projects where we're thinking about it in the context of a current project and bringing that in as an appendix. And in other situations, we're considering the interpretation after we finish the project. And so then we're thinking about adding it as an appendix afterward if it were to apply to the public sector. Now, in these different situations, the board essentially had considered these IFRICs as part of the improvements to IPSAS process in thinking about what they were presenting, whether it's applicable and therefore appropriate to include for the public sector. And I think one thing that really struck me is that there is a similar nature between the improvements to IPSAS and how we think about those updates from IFRS and what the IFRIC are intended to do, because they really are to help ensure that we are maintaining alignment with IFRS where appropriate, and making sure that when there is clarity on guidance that is relevant and appropriate for the public sector, that we also reflect that in our IPSAS. And so because of that, and the fact that just in September, we had actually considered and also updated the way we think about and analyze improvements, staff are proposing to use the same process that we did for improvements of IPSAS to analyze each of these interpretations. I have received an offline comment just about the flow in the 3 steps in how we think through each of these interpretations. And so that is something we will consider as we're dealing with each of these interpretations. So you'll see a bit of a revision in how we present it. But the overall nature and intention of the analysis is not going to change. It's still about whether it's going to be applicable and useful for the public sector to get that clarification. Now, based on the analysis, if it is deemed that the interpretation's guidance would be useful and applicable, we draft guidance. We also identify which IPSAS it should be located in as an appendix, and also to propose a basis for conclusions to capture the board's consideration of that item. So the second paper sort of showcases the application of this approach onto IFRIC 7. But before moving on to that, I'm happy to pass it back to the chair for any questions that members might have about the proposed approach that we have for this narrow scope amendment project. Thank you.
Thanks for the introduction, Eileen. Any comments from board members at that stage? Yeah, Renee.
Yes, thank you. So this new approach, it's really good. It's very useful. Are we going to incorporate this approach somewhere in our due process document? Like I think maybe the rule of the road document, I'm thinking about that one, the IFRS alignment due process, where we do talk about IASB documents in there. I remember looking at it recently, and IFRICs, I suppose, could be part of it or not. So it seems like it would be very useful to incorporate in that document or somewhere else this new process that will be a systematic one. So that's my first question. I'm just going to plant the second one too. I'd like us to consider what to do also with the IFRIC rejections. Not that they are similar to this, but they are part of what IFRIC output is. And personally, in my own experience, I'm often asked what is the IPSASB thinking about these rejections? Because a lot of constituents are looking to them in the private sector, some in the public sector are looking to them too, and then they're wondering, well, is that part of my gap hierarchy or not? And is this authoritative or not? And it would be nice if we IPSASB, we were able to state a view on this. I don't know what the view is, but maybe this is something we park, and this is something we could potentially address as a board.
Thanks, Renee. Ross, to you.
Thanks. So 2 great questions. So this analysis and the way we've done it here, Eileen's built off what we did for the last improvements project. If you remember when we kind of struggled with the previous improvements before that, so we thought we should take a little bit more of a step back. And we developed these steps by looking at rules of the road and what we're doing in the rules of the road process. So I think it's just applying what's in rules of the road and just from a staff perspective, giving the board analysis that helps them. So I don't think this is something we would want to work into a document. I think it's just doing the analysis in a way that helps the board understand, is there a public sector departure? Or when we're aligned, if the ISB changes something, is that change relevant or not? And part of that is we need the aligned paragraphs, and then we ask ourselves, okay, is the change the ISB is bringing in something that's still applicable to IPSAS? And we ask anything else there. So I think we like the process, we should keep it, but I don't think we need to lock it in due process. I think it's just how we analyze things for the board. To the second point, we do intend to look further at what we're going to do with IFRIC rejections. The board did ask us to think about this when we approved the strategy consultation, and this is the first leg of that. So we agreed first, before we start thinking about our process for IFRICs going forward, let's clean them up. There's these ones that have been hanging out there for a long time. Let's figure out, do they apply, and bring them in? And then we've got a clean slate going forward, and we're going to develop a process in 2024 along with our dashboard, IPSAS IFRS dashboard, our updates for improvements to monitor what's happening with the IFRICs and what happens with the agenda decisions when they don't pick something up. So it's coming, just give us some time. We had a little bit of time to get started on this, so we asked Eileen to get this started so we can clean these ones up. But that's part 2, where we look at what we do with the monitoring the agenda decisions, because might not be a lot of work for the board, but it will be more work for staff to stay on top of those because they're very active.
But I think that's right. It's part of that shift that we're signaling or we're proposing in the strategy, that actually it's a much more proactive approach, and you know, it is a shift in emphasis and so on towards that. Okay, you know, we're now much more of a kind of active part and actively monitoring what's going on with ISB and IFRIC than in the past, where we've been following on behind. So good questions. Thanks, Renee. Not seeing any other flags up, so move us on then. Thanks, Eileen.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the questions. So as mentioned, paper 2 is essentially applying the proposed approach to one of the IFRIC. I will say I try to pick one of the more straightforward ones, just to help make sure that we are managing the time for today, but also understanding where this is going to work or where we might want to consider something further. So from staff view, I thought it was actually really helpful. It really did force me to think about, what did the IFRIC actually try to address? What was in the original IFRS standard? What do we have in our standard? What modifications have we used before? And really just being critical with that. And so in the paper, and what I want to very high level summarize today is what that really showed. So IFRIC 7 is actually one of the older interpretations. It was actually issued in 2005 and I think became effective in early 2006. And it was providing guidance to clarify how an entity would actually apply IAS 29, which was the financial reporting in hyperinflationary economies. And we have an equivalent IPSAS for that. Now, this guidance really intended to tackle 2 key questions from their constituents, one of which was, when an entity first starts identifying that there is hyperinflation in the economy of its functional currency, how do they apply IAS 29? There was some confusion around that. And also just relating to some of the opening deferred tax items as part of that overall reporting. So it also brought in IAS 12 income taxes. Now, in the deliberations by the IFRIC Interpretations Committee, they were really considering the various questions, concerns, et cetera, from their constituents. And they noted that it was important to clarify in IAS 29 that when the entity first identifies the existence of hyperinflation in the economy of its functional currency, they should be applying it as if the economy has always been hyperinflationary. So it does require a restatement to ensure that they are reflecting the effect of that change in purchasing power. It also included some additional guidance in terms of that opening the opening deferred tax items. But for our context, it didn't make sense to consider that further because we don't really have an equivalent in terms of income taxes. So with that, we kind of move forward to say, well, if we look at IPSAS, we look at what's aligned, we look at where there were differences. I would say the key message is IPSAS 10, which is our standard equivalent. It's primarily drawn from and aligned with IS 29. And because it was an older standard as well, I kind of went back, I did a black line just to see what changes did we actually make. And I would say it was primarily terminology. I think David had a very good way of capturing, the terminology when we say it's just about public sectorizing that terminology to make sure it makes sense for the public sector. But there weren't any other modifications that were made in IPSAS 10 versus what was in the IS 29. And so because there were only these minor revisions, that really reflects that principles that we have in IPSAS 10 are consistent with what was in IS 29. And so the clarification that the IFRIC brings about the guidance would also be applicable to the principles within our own IPSAS. And so then the question became, well, okay, we have the same guidance, we have the same accounting principles. Does it make sense to also bring in this additional clarity that the IFRIC has done? And the staff's conclusion is yes, it would, because while there are, these situations in private sector, we can see that some public sector entities may also find themselves in this situation where they'd be asking the same question, where they've now identified that they're in a hyperinflationary environment. What do I now do? I need to apply IPSAS 10. What is it? A restatement of opening balance as well. And so because of that, we think it would be useful guidance to add in so that public sector entities that find themselves in the same situation can refer to this guidance. And we're proposing to add guidance that is essentially equivalent to what is proposed in that IFRIC with, again, similar terminology changes to make sure that the tone and overall usage of terminology is consistent across that IPSAS. That's included in Appendix 1 of the paper, and we're currently proposing that, given that it is related to IPSAS 10, that it be included as an appendix to IPSAS 10, which would mean that it is authoritative guidance to help clarify the principles that are proposed in the IPSAS. So with that, happy to pause and pass it back to you, Chair, for any questions, comments, agreement, disagreement from members. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. I think very clear exposition of the staff thought process on this, and a very helpful example, I think, for the board to sort of see the process in action. Any comments on what Eileen has presented and the recommendations from staff on the way forward on this one? I think you've done a very clean job on that one, Eileen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, I mean, as Eileen has said, this was very much to give you, a good example of how she's proposing that to work through the other IFRICs. I think you've got the board's support then in terms of moving forward on that basis. And clearly we are going to have a number of these questions about placement and so on, but I think it's very useful, the thought process that you've gone through in terms of relevance and really going right back to the standard and saying, how much have we brought over, because there may be some issues where we have adapted for the public sector, and therefore there is some judgment involved about how we're going forwards. But I think that their process and that logical approach will be very helpful. So thank you very much for that. Okay. So I think that brings us to the end of the agenda for today. We are now back on schedule in terms of the agenda for tomorrow. Ross, we've got the arrangements for tonight.
So yes, there was the slide up before the break. Maybe we could bring that back up for the social event, but here it is. It's at Le Germain Hotel on 30 Mercer Street, which is literally a 2-minute walk from here and probably a 1-minute walk from the Sutton Place Hotel. It's from 5:30 to 8:30. Smart casual is the dress tonight, which I would say is pretty casual. I don't really know what smart casual is, but and you go through the main doors of the hotel and look for IPSASB staff or PSAP staff. Unfortunately, I will not be dressed smart casually. I'll be dressed business casual because I didn't bring any smart casual. So don't follow my lead. Dress smart casual. Come and have a good time. It's the rest of the time that's the problem.
So I think that's the most difficult decision of the week, isn't it? What's the difference between business casual, smart casual, casual? Challenges of the modern world. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Another very good day. Thank you very much. Very good input along the way, and look forward to seeing you all this evening. In the meantime, Renee and I have a job to do in that we have to update PSAP on what we're doing. But we look forward to seeing you there and also to spending some time with PSAP colleagues. Thank you very much, everyone, and see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.